And there we go. Hi there, how you doing? Hope this Friday's well. Hope you got through these weekdays nice and good, and keeping yourself safe out there and healthy, because it's getting cold. It's for some it might be a bit of the kind of flu-ish season. I'm out here keeping myself warm because I do not run my own heating. I run administration wide around here, so right now there's no heating in the actual building. To be fair, this room compared to the others gets a bit more warmer because it's a bit more tightly packed, and I also am running a decently beefy system, which means that it's gonna run a bit hotter. So it's usually fine, hopefully in the long run, but who knows, because technically now my system is bit more designed with a bit more airflow in it, so I don't think it's not necessarily as tightly packed as it was beforehand with my older case before I replaced it, which in that situation kind of made probably the system run a bit more harder because everything was kind of like tightly packed together in a smaller case formatting. But I think I don't think it runs as hot as it usually does, and especially depending on the stream, things are not necessarily put to the test. To be fair, I've rarely ran some higher performing game, and I think Cyberpunk was the last game I think that kind of took a bit more out of my system before jumping to something different. I think Cyberpunk was the last one. I don't think I've played anything that was a bit more demanding of it, because right now of all the stuff that I played, it's not really, because most of the indie stuff, it's usually not high demanding. It's very rare for an indie game to be demanding on performance unless it's just something really unoptimized within the game, which can happen. FF14 is it's pretty MMO-ish as long as not too many big things, visually speaking, happen at once. It's not really demanding either. Deadlock is has felt on occasion. Well, actually, there were also the Marvel Rival games here and there that I've played. I think that could be considered demanding because of but that's mostly because of unreal things and all that. Similarly, and Deadlock because of how probably Source Engine is, and that game is still not a fully released game. It's still in its kind of early development build, so it's definitely not everything is well optimized. So it probably has moments where it runs a bit which I felt on occasion with streaming on it, but nothing too bad about it. So yeah, I don't think I've run anything too demanding. I'm not sure if I will have planned anything of the sorts anytime soon. I'm not sure. I don't think so. I'll think about it, but well, to be fair, at the same time, I also don't really have a lot of the newer things these days. Like, I'm not even sure what's my newest game. I think I have a list of all my games. Let's see, all games. I think I can see them by release date. So these are demos. I'm not gonna count them. Marvel Rivals, but it's a free-to-play game, so wow, Baldur's Gate 3. Yep, that's my newest thing that I have outside of some higher demand free-to-play stuff. That's my newest thing, Baldur's Gate 3, which is already 2 years old at this point. And then after that, it's Elden Ring. Wait, it shows installed. Hold up. Yeah, it's again, it's Mecha Break. Shatterline got an official release July 4th, 2025. Okay, I remember playing a bit of this game. I think it is. I want to open it in a different tab, but I cannot. Fine. I think it is the game that I think it is. I think I played it a bit. Yeah, I remember it. Actually, although it looks wildly different in the the promotional art these days. They probably like shifted a bit in direction. To be fair, it was still early on in its release back then, so probably makes sense. It's just like a hero shootery thing. Super Vibe, it's another free-to-play, and we played like I think only 1 or 2 streams of it. Deck of Haunts, it's an indie game, so that's not really too demanding. Mecha Break, but again, like a free-to-play. I'm trying to look at, you know, things that I've actually bought and played. Nuclear Nightmare. Oh, this is a game that Ghost gifted me, but again, it's not really a high demanding or some AAA-ish type of game. Right now, Satisfactory got a 1.1. Oh yeah, Satisfactory got like a recent release. Actually, I played it only once with Ghost. That was it. So, but can't really say much about it. Oh, there we go. Helldivers. I was about to say, like, I'm pretty sure there was something else newer than Baldur's Gate. Yeah, Helldivers. That's literally that's my most recent, and that's already more than a year old at this point. Getting close to its 2 years. It's been a while since I played it. I might, maybe, at some point, jump back to it. Who knows? I'll think about it. And then, it's Baldur's Gate. Yeah, my newest bought game is a year old. So, yeah, it's a bit more recent. Yeah. After that, it's Lethal Company, which I bought, because I remember I think I bought Lethal Company and Helldivers in a recent time frame, if I remember correctly. Because I was also hoping to do a few, like, I think like collabs mostly, because, you know, we can't really play Lethal Company too much, which I did, you know, play for a bit here and there, but Eternal Return, I think I remember it. Isn't this like another Battle Royale MOBA-esque thing? I think it is. I don't remember why I played it. I think I played it once for like because I got like something, like a reward from it, from like a GeForce Now or something like that, and I just like, okay, what's this game about? Let me check it out a bit, and then I kind of stopped. But yeah, after that is Baldur's Gate. The Bunker is 2023? Is it that recent? I could have swore it was older. 2023. Oh. I could have swore the Bunker was older than this. When did the Rebirth get released? Let me see. 2020. During the pandemic. Because it's October. Weird, I could have sworn it was longer than that. I don't know why, just my memory, I feel like its game is a bit older. I guess not. Nah. So Baldur's Gate and Elden Ring, which I bought it around release. I remember it because I played it around that time. I want to get back into it. I would like to do actually a stream of it at some point. Maybe after we get to a point where we're done with Final Fantasy. Just to be the replacement RPG game that we play. But I would like to also get the DLC for it, the Shadow of the Earth Tree, so that way we can, you know, cover the content. Which is the reason why I've not really done a lot of streams of Elden Ring. Because technically I still haven't finished it. I have over 100 hours in it, but, you know, I've jumped on and off quite often from it. Not because, you know, I got outraged for some reason or another. No, I just fell off here and there, was playing other things, doing other stuff, so. And at the time, I was having a really shitty system, because initially I bought it and I was still on my old laptop, which is a rough machine. I still have it and it still technically works, it's just really rough, and literally, it got to a point where I had to open the game on a fresh boot, had nothing else to open, but still after a certain point it ran into basically out of memory and crashing, like around an hour or so of playtime, maybe a bit more, depending. And in one case it happened to do it did it right after I finished the boss, but not to the point where it auto-saved the progression of it. Like, literally, it was the killing blow as I was just about to collect everything to, you know, basically confirm the kill. The game crashed. When I booted back into the game, I had to do the boss fight again. And I was a bit pissed because it was a boss fight that took me an hour to try and fight at the time. It was like my first like big roadblock that I had with Elden Ring, and then, but after the second attempt, after the crash, I was able to do it, and I was like fucking relieved, and immediately did whatever I could to save it and be sure that I'm not having to do this again. So yeah, but it basically got to that point where, so I got to a point where I just decided to not do it, not play it anymore. Then when I got my PC, I couldn't play it too much afterwards because I got into the good old faithful problem of stick drift, because I had like a PS4 DualShock that one of those I think it was like the first wave of colored gamepad DualShocks, which apparently they were like, which is something I didn't know, but apparently they were like infamously known for being a production batch that quickly that developed stick drift pretty fast. So yeah, basically that's what happened after not too long after that, and I just didn't have a gamepad to do it, and I refused to play a Souls-like outside of a gamepad, so I just didn't have that for a good while, so I just had to put it off. And you know, in recent years, recently I was able to kind of jump in a bit, play a bit of it, because I did do like because if I remember, I did it as a special stream, one like Elden Ring. I did the crowd control run for it a while back, just because as a reward for, you know, having the gamepad funded, because that's how I was able to get back into playing Souls-likes and other games of that within that purview, and having a bit more fun with it. But yeah, so yeah, I don't really have a lot of new things. Like outside of Elden Ring, then after that I have Back 4 Blood, which I don't remember. I don't know. I think I bought it as part of like a bundle. Was it for the Ukrainian bundle? I think it might have been the Ukrainian bundle where I got the something of that sort. Got Back 4 Blood, and then yeah, Cyberpunk 2020. Yeah, then we're getting like really old. So yeah, like once every few years or so, I just get maybe like a big new AAA thing here and there. I don't keep myself too consistent, not because I don't want to, but funds are limited as they are. So it is what it is. But I do have like also Reloaded, the cooperative update. Oh, I remember this one. I played for it for a bit, and it's a bit confusing. It has like some like time travel element to it, and it's cool. It's just confusing to wrap my brain around. Oh, technically I still have like another newer one after Elden Ring, which is I have the, but I bought it as a bundle, the Shadow Warrior Free Definitive Edition, which released a bit later after Elden Ring. I might think of doing maybe some you know, game archive runs of some of the other well-known boomer shooters. Shadow Warrior is one of the few that I have all of them. I have Shadow Warrior 1, 2, and 3, and I know that 3 is like the roughest one out of all of them. Although I'm not sure how well they are, because I don't think how well the Shadow Warrior aged. It's a bit of a thing. Yeah, or you know, maybe jumping into some of the other within the id purview, like Wolfenstein. I think I've missed DLC or something for some of the Wolfenstein games, and of course I don't have the latest of the Wolfensteins. I don't have the co-op game with the two sisters, which wasn't like greatly received, and Quake is the one that I was sorely lacking. And to be fair, Quake is the odd one of the group, because I don't think it has too much comes to like solo campaigns, aside from maybe Quake 1. Does Quake 2 and 3 have campaigns? Maybe they do. I don't know. I don't remember. So yeah, those are gonna be a bit more proper, I guess, around the ages 20. Playing that. So yeah, just don't have a lot of new things around the block, and some of them technically are a bit more demanding for other reasons, like the newest one being Helldivers. technically it has its elements of demanding because it's also like CPU heavy. It's not just graphics card heavy because of how the game is coded and ran. Because to be fair, it's run on a really old ass fucking engine that nobody, not even the creators of it, offers support or documentation to it anymore. So literally the devs are like on their own when they develop this, so which is fucking wild that they still decided to keep on it. But I'm guessing if they ever jump to do something new, they'll probably jump into a different engine, I'm guessing. Who knows? But yeah, general game rad, I guess I got into. I don't know why, but oh well. Although another thing that technically spawned off out of the good old boomer shooters things could be like the Half-Life series, because I do have Half-Life now because I got it for free. Half-Life 2 specifically. Because if I'm not mistaken, Half-Life 2 contains both episodes. It doesn't just have right. Not crazy. Right. Because that's one of the few things that I'm always confused when it comes to Half-Life. Includes the Half-Life Episode 1 and 2 expansions. Okay. Fair enough, fair enough. So yeah, it does include them. I also have a Half-Life 1 and like that definitive or like, I don't know, graphical update version of the first Half-Life as well. I don't have the spin-offs though. I don't have like Blue Shift, Opposing Force. Team Fortress Classic, that's something that's just purely multiplayer. So yeah, I'm missing some of the spin-offs, which were developed by Gearbox, fun fact. At the very least, I know Blue Shift was developed by Gearbox. Opposing Force, also Opposing Force as well. So yeah, both of them. Because that's what like Gearbox was initially well known for, doing like usually taking contract deals and doing like these types of games. For other companies, but and then as a way to kind of like prove themselves and to kind of like they can make their own things, having that they started developing Borderlands, which has its own history with the first Borderlands game. Yeah, but technically I'm missing the two spin-offs, which they're pretty cheap with the bundle. Like currently the Half-Life Anthology bundle, €2. Huh? Really have the money. Or maybe I'll think about it. That'd be something. But to be fair, something that I want, because I thought about it for a long time. Because I'm thinking of doing Half-Life, because Half-Life is a really well-known versus sim series, which I haven't fully gotten to play it myself, but it is a well-known versus sim franchise. But the thing is, I would also like to do it like if kind of in the same fashion as I did with my other game archives, like run the entire current released IPs, which with Half-Life would also include a Half-Life Alyx. Thing is, I don't have a VR headset because those are expensive, so not sure. My machine could definitely run VR. I'm just not sure how well it will handle VR and streaming though. That's gonna be something interesting. That's for sure. If I'll get to that point. But yeah, I would also like to do that, and I don't own a VR headset because those are expensive. So yeah, that's probably gonna be put off for a good while. But probably there'll be gonna be some other things here and there. I'm still gonna be like thinking what exactly I'm gonna do for like the following weeks when it comes to like book related things of some sorts, because it's gonna be a is next week's the update? No, it's the week after that. So yeah, next week is gonna be there's gonna be a slot free to do something book related. Just not what exactly why. What we're gonna do. I'll think about it. Then and also still the thing that I still have to decide is for the TTRPG thing, which we are doing today. That's the thing that we are covering and talking about and doing all of that right now. I'm just running my mouth, doing a kind of warming ourselves up to getting into the things. Plus, as we've done with the other two Bunkers and Badasses streams, the content within the book, it's really concise and short, so we're probably gonna go through it pretty fast. So who knows? Maybe I'm not gonna run I'm not gonna run for too long with it. So having a bit of chats, having a bit not rushing into it. I think it's overall an advantage. So yeah, I'm not gonna speed it up too much for the time being, but we'll see how it goes, because there is a bit for like running the game section, but not the hell lot. There is definitely probably the most out of all of it, but I think there's gonna be sections where are gonna be passed, and as I said, in things that are a bit more compendium-like, where we just get listed all of the things, those are gonna be definitely gonna be skipped, because technically, I think it's what, page 77 to 65. That's 12 pages. That's not a lot, I think, and we've skimmed through them pretty fast beforehand, because I'm just right now at the content. So yeah, that's not something that I have to rush for. I think we'll be fine the way we are, but yeah, there's definitely going to be the decision and the talk about what exactly TTRPG related that we're going to discuss in the following weeks, because I would like to do something spooky related. I just don't know what, being the month of October, because after that, yeah, we can like check out other things for sure without too much trouble. I mean, again, from my I know I have some stuff on Drive. I don't think Mythic has a lot of things. I know I have like the Mythic system. I think that this one runs a bit more differently, and it's not as easy. What about like how to run a game? Plus, it's also technically a book designed for like solo role playing or role playing without game mastering or code game mastering. It's a pretty modular. So that's something that I'll have to look a bit more into it, and I guess it's a bit more game-ish. Like, I also have Mithras, but this is a bit more just fantasy stuff, but nothing too specific when it comes to exactly. Yeah, it's not a I do have They Feed on Fear, the horror RPG like 2nd edition. The problem is it does have a bit of like graphic art style, which I'm not sure I can show on stream, or at the very least I don't know how exactly guideline wise it's gonna be for the stream, because it has a fleshy looking things. Not all of them look like, just in some cases they're a bit more stylized in places. So, but then again, it's one of those things where I just am not sure. Me personally, I'm not skittish about it. I look at it and it's like, it looks pretty cool. It's not... For some, it could be unsettling. For me, it's, I don't know, maybe I'm weirdly desensitized on things, and it doesn't disturb me. But it does have that kind of like look that in some places does look a bit kind of morbid. So I'm not sure how well that's gonna be taken on. So yeah, there's one with definite fervor, maybe. This is done by in a cooperation with a friend that I people this button for. There I do have the quick starter guide of Candle Obscura. That's maybe something that we can just have like a quickie look-see at it. If we feel like it, but I'm not sure if that's something I want to do personally. Because I would love to do it if we had like the full book, but we don't. And nothing else that again, I still have the watch stuff. I do have like the first edition Hunter stuff, Vampire 20th, and I also have like Werewolf 20th. Again, it's just one of those things where it's just me jumping into the deep end with all of this, and I'm not sure if that's something I want with it, honestly, because I think a lot of people cover it a lot better than I do, and I'm still not the most knowledgeable of the system, and also I'm not even sure exactly how I'm going to structure those streams because sorry, stop for a second. Because the book structure is a bit awful, in my opinion. The old books at the very least, and I'm not necessarily newer edition things. So yeah, I have to think about it. I'll see what exactly we can do for it. But anyhow, why not? Considering that we are already kind of jumping ourselves into the discussion of tabletop RPGs, I want to quickly get a quick roundup and introduction of what Bunkers and Badasses is, to get the bearings for everybody, and to kind of put it out there and make it very simple to understand. Bunkers and Badasses works on a deep system, quite akin to, you know, D&D Pathfinder. It's gonna look familiar. It is simplified in places. It's not necessarily gonna be as granular and as number crunchy heavy as either D&D or Pathfinder would be, you know, for those who would consider D&D being crunchy, but it's not. And some even argue that not even Pathfinder is crunchy enough to compare to its first edition days or predecessor 3.5 or anything else. But it works fundamentally on those bases, so it's gonna look very familiar when it comes to how you do attacks, how you do skill checks, how you do all sorts of things. It's keenly familiar. It has its own little system, but it's simplified. It's a bit more concise. Something that I definitely said, that it definitely feels like this game is kind of like the foundation that allows you to maybe build something a bit more complex, something a bit more in-depth with it if you want. And but the bare minimum is there. And for those who do not know, and maybe have not necessarily gotten from this very obvious upside down V circle symbol and are not necessarily familiar with the franchise, Bunkers and Badasses is the in-universe D&D game from the IP Borderlands. Because for those who have played Borderlands, specifically Borderlands 2, there is a DLC called Tiny Tina's Tiny Tina's Assault on Dragon Keep, which is a D&D-esque thematic DLC adventure within the game of Borderlands, where the whole point of the story is that Tiny Tina is running a game of Dungeons and Dragons, or what is known in universe as Bunkers and Badasses. That's the universe name for the game, with the OG Wall Hunters, Lilith, Roland, and not Roland, Mordecai and Brick. Technically also Roland, technically. I'm not gonna say more than that for those, I don't know, who want to be spoiled by a game that's more than 20 years old at this point. So yeah, if you don't know what the deal has happened with Roland, just you know, if Roland's your favorite character in Borderlands 2, you have my condolences. Later down the line. What do I mean by that? You'll figure it out. But yeah, it's basically full-on inspired from that DLC. This entire game, it basically is designed to transcribe how the game of Borderlands 2, because it's taken it used as a foundation that DLC, and that the idea created from the DLC, because this I think this got released before the spin-off of Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, or I think at the time when this got released, Wonderlands was announced to be released, or got its announcement that it's something that's gonna come up. but it wasn't a game back then. It wasn't yet released. So this one, I think, while it was developed, it used the Bunkers and Badasses DLC as a foundation, and literally it's all how the game works in the video game works transcribed in a paper format, in a TTRPG pen and paper format. That's literally it. You have access to you have access to the classes, which are all the 10 Wall Hunters. Technically it would be 9 because 2 of them are put under the same class, that being the Siren, and each of the other Wall Hunter is its own separate class. You also have something called archetypes, which those are technically the things that you multi-class in. It's something that, you know, determines your kind of general role, aside from what you do as a Wall Hunter. Like, you know, you have a bit more of a damage dealer role, you have some of the support role, something a bit of the healer, the tank. You have like 4 archetypes, and those you can be multi-class between them. You get some feats from them. While the class, which is the Vault Hunter, you being the Vault Hunter character, that remains static. You cannot be, you know, a Siren and an Assassin, which would be, you know, which would be 0 or something like that. No, you're just a Siren, but you could archetype between, let's say, I'm still looking off names because I don't fully remember them. You could probably be like a Deadeye and an Elementalist multiclass, if that's something you're more interested in. Something of that sort. But yeah, overall, it's literally just transcribed, and everything is designed around that, the idea that it's just taken inspiration. Everything, the way it's written within this book, it's written within the themes and within the borderland thematics of Tiny Tina's campaign, and the aspects of fantasy, but because it literally transcribes all aspects of the games, because you have here Death and Brew You. Maybe it's hard to see just because I don't have it zoomed in. So yeah, for example, Death and Brew You, which is, you know, the Brew You, it's basically the new you station from which is the respawning machine. And if within the game, you have them here. They exist. They are just flavored for the fantasy campaign, and technically even within the fantasy DLC, they exist because, you know, they are part of the game. Similarly, how grenades work, how respawning works, how communication works, everything is literally transcribed into the pen and paper format. You even have the aspect where if you occupy the same space as an item that you could use and equip, you auto pick it up the same way you would probably do it in Borderlands. So literally, like, it's almost one-to-one, and it's just wrapped around into the thematics and flavors of the and setting of the fantasy setting within that DLC. But you can literally strip that all of it down and rename it as it would usually be named within the Borderlands game, and you could run just a Pandoran campaign with this. This is literally the Borderlands TTRPG is just wrapped around the naming and thematics of the DLC. And even later down the line, I know at the very least for those who have bought and own this PDF, the designers and developers have on occasion released sent emails with free additional content, and one of them was actually a mini module sourcebook thing where you can do that. Basically gave you an example of how you could redesign and reflavor the setting into, and they gave example of something like cyberpunk-esque type of setting, and while that is run within this system. So literally it even tells you that, yeah, you don't have to stick with this fantasy theming that is based around the DLC, and maybe you could just run a straight up Borderlands campaign with it. Maybe you can make your own setting and have this as the baseline. Do whatever the hell you want to do with it. It's not necessarily you have to stick with this. You can just make your own thing, if that's if that kind of pertains to your own interests of some degree. But yeah, you can easily do that. And yeah, it's very simplistic. It contains most of what you've seen from the game here. It has a few things missing here and there, or not necessarily exactly the same, and also has a few more unique things that are unique to the system. It has like the badass system, where you have this resource called badass tokens that you can generate by doing certain actions, or on occasion you generate it through failure. Like for example, if you fail an attack or something like that, you might generate a badass token. It's kind of a way to kind of rubber band you and be able to and allow you to do something really cool. And those, you can then spend those tokens to do like to do this really hyper descriptive badass move, and then, you know, where you describe each of the actions that you do, but in some sort of like badass, you know, action hero fashion. If the game has some things, it suffices enough, then it sets a DC. You have to roll. If you succeed that roll, that means that all of the actions that you've declared within that narrated role-played scenario are now gonna get a high bonus, or like a high roll from it. So they are basically buffed. That's something that basically happens. So, you know, that's one of the things. The badass tokens can also be generated by the game master, or the players can generate for the game master their own badass tokens. The game master can use them to make some other changes within the combat encounter, maybe unlock certain abilities for the enemies, that sort of thing. Those are going to be aspects that we're going to look into it today, because we've already covered how this game generally plays. We've covered the character creation and how to make your own Vault Hunter, and we've taken a quick look at all the archetypes and classes last time, and all that we have left is to look at how the game is running, specifically how you run it as a game master, or how the game calls it, a bunker master, or aka a BM. Which, yeah, another thing, expect maybe some of that kind of Borderlands-ish humor or kind of quirkiness to it. Again, you don't necessarily have to stick with it. It's your own game, your own campaign. It's there to have both you and your players to have fun. So if their style of humor is not your taste, but you enjoy the concept and the game, outside of that, just run it in a way that you want to run it and ignore the humoristic aspects of it. Because even here you can see it looks like it has this kind of weird aesthetic of where some places are a bit edited, because it goes with this kind of in-lore idea that this book is written by an in-universe author. The author being Miss Greygax, actually a Crimson Lancer, or at the least someone from within the Crimson Lance, or at the least the Atlas company that has designed this game. And this book specifically that we have is owned by Tiny Tina. This is Tiny Tina's copy, do not steal please, where she has her own little scribbles and edits and descriptions to it, and her own way of kind of explaining some of the rulings that we've seen here. It's not that intrusive. I think from what we looked through the character creation and how to run the game, she pops up on occasion, and probably running the game she's gonna have a bit more of a voice, because within the DLC and within the spin-off Wonderlands, she is known as the Bunker Master. She is the game master of this world, and she has a big play in how everything runs within that game. So maybe she's gonna have a bit more of a presence within this section. And of course she has some places where she has made her own things, like literally there's an entire mini adventure designed by her. She slightly edited one of the other one-shots, which is Marcus's quest for the Wizard's Wand. I think it should be like a preparing one-shot for the Assault on Dragon Keep one-shot, which is literally the entire DLC from Borderlands 2 transcribed into the TTRPG format. So basically, if you want to, you can run the TTRPG, you can run that DLC as a campaign, which is really cool in my opinion. But yeah, overall at its baseline, it's quite simplistic, and it has a lot of potential for you to kind of add on to it, make it a bit more complex, make a few more interesting things. Maybe add a bit more of the Borderlands flair to it. It has a few things, like one of the systems that to me, even to this day, it surprises me that it doesn't have it. You don't have the fight for your life. Like when you are downed, you just get killed, and you respawn. You get a penalty, which is a sort of you either have like a temporary penalty, I forgot how they're called, or like a permanent one, which can affect how your character works and behaves for a short run or permanently. Maybe that can even shift how you play the character from that point on. But it doesn't have that kind of aspect of, because it's been in the game from day one, the whole idea of, oh, you are down, you can bring yourself back up by either killing an enemy or by having an ally help you up. So I'm kind of surprised that they did not build it in for some reason, but hey, you can make that own ruling yourself if you want to. And of course, you can design some other things. Again, this being designed based around, because literally it's all of it, it's based around Borderlands 2, but it also added the Borderlands 1 classes. If you want, you can easily, by that means you can easily adapt other aspects from those existing games into here, maybe some of the weapons, because it's definitely gonna have some of the weapons that already exist in Assault of Dragon, keep some of the unique and legendaries are already, you know, present. But, you know, based on that, you can use it as kind of a referencing format to kind of create your own and adapt to other existing items within the game. Or, you know, we can even look at the spin-off, the pre-sequel, because it's the closest one that is designed almost one-to-one to, you know, how Borderlands is running. If you want, you can also maybe do a bit of an effort and adapt the classes there as well. Maybe even bring in some of the mechanics and systems and equipment from there. That could be something interesting. So, you know, it allows for a bit more customization. Maybe even take some things from Wonderlands and add them here. For example, the melee system, there's not really there is a melee system, but very simplistic, just to kind of help out for those who are kind of melee focused. But it's not like you have melee weapons or anything of the sorts. No, your class does a specific type of melee attack, and that's kind of it, with specific numbers and specific hit requirements, and that's it. If you want to make it a bit more interesting, maybe you can use the same rulings or use the framework or how the guns work and create something similar for the weapons, for like melee weapons. And you can probably use the Wonderlands spin-off game to take inspiration of what kind of weapons you can design there. So that's something that could be of your interest. So that can work as well. You know, it's very simplistic, but it allows it opens up for you to kind of, you know, create your own thing, design your own parts of the game of that sort. You know, it's you have options, because, you know, you even have here like prefixes and red text and all that, and tells you kind of how all things are gonna work. That's probably something we're gonna look into it a bit later when we check this entire thing as well. Aside, that's kind of like a general rundown of it. I'm not sure exactly how simplistically to mention it. It's a bit of a higher level game than a usual D&D campaign. I think it's up to level 30, so you can level up a bit higher. It is XP based, but, you know, if you want to, you could change it up and make it milestone based if that's something a bit more to your liking as well. But, you know, it is XP based. It has in some places it's definitely a bit more forgiving, because, you know, it's more designed on the idea that, you know, you're wall hunters, you're badasses, you're there to do awesome stuff. So the concept of death is not necessarily as punishing, and you might have quite a few moments where, you know, you kind of can escape the clutches of death to some degree. But yeah, so that's kind of, I'm not sure exactly what else I could quickly mention, because overall it runs kind of like a D&D Pathfinder-ish game. It has this kind of, it has a bit more closer to the D&D action economy, where you have specific type of actions that you can do per turn. But you know, think it very simply. You can do a grenade throw, you can do attack, you can do like a weapon attack. You have access to some sort of other actions. Again, it's a bit hard to right now to do it out of the top of my head. Yeah, you have the attack, you have action skill, which you can do it in place of attacking, a grenade toss or throw, which you can do separately. I think Drink a Potion is also something I can do separately. Perform a check, I think it's either that or attacking. Reload is instead of attacking. So, you know, there are some aspects here and there. Reloading, it's more of a penalty than necessarily something that you do, because it's considered innate or automatic, unless you have something mechanical based on it that you want to do. If you have some sort of ability or buff that offers you something when you reload, but aside from that, you don't really need to. It's more of a penalty. So, you know, probably like some weapons would have some sort of trait where they say that after you shoot, you have to reload. But outside of that, you don't necessarily have to do that. It's considered that, you know, the weapon's gonna be reloaded by the time that your next turn is gonna turn up. So you don't have ammo counts, you don't have munition counts, that's for sure. To be fair, that'd be really crazy to keep in mind how much ammo you have for a game that is designed around shooting guns. So yeah, I guess probably you could figure out like some sort of system, but that's just a level of craziness that it's annoying. But let's be fair here. How many people are counting arrows or like anything like that in things like D&D and Pathfinder? To be honest, like aside from those like specialized arrows or something that you have like special effects, if you're talking about like the mundane ones, does anybody keep track of that? I don't think they do. And you know, a lot of the players kind of go under the assumption that, oh yeah, my character would always know how to automatically stock up whenever they have the opportunity to be in town and do so, to the point where even in some games they kind of go with that concept of, oh yeah, you have a special type of resource that is designed around the idea of being a gold value resource pool that it's always used to refill your common equipment. Like for example, how in Gestalt, in the Gestalt system, you have the sundries, where all characters at the start of character creation, they have 50 gold pieces worth of sundries. That means that you have an amount of common mundane equipment that together adds up to the total value of 50. You can decide what sort of equipment that is. You can make those decisions. It gives you like some certain requirements and parameters of what exactly counts as a sundry equipment and what doesn't. And based on that, you can make a list and say that, okay, these are the types of items that I constantly have as sundries. And then, you know, you have feats and abilities that may increase the amount of the gold value sundry that you can hold. So at that point, you can even improve it and add even more things. And in some situations, you can have something decently, something pretty useful, like I think handcuffs or like manacles. I know caltrops, based on their requirements, can be considered sundries, and so you can have like an always replenishing resource of caltrops, which have like a mechanical benefit to them. But yeah, anyways, that's a side tangent. I think the Gestalt system is really neat. I do like it. At some point, I need to go back and finishing designing the things that I planned. I kind of took a break from doing that for a bit. I kind of got distracted with other things that I need to handle and do. So yeah. Sorry, just got a ping. Anyways, so yeah, that's gonna be what we cover for today. But before we jump into that, another thing that I want to quickly mention, because to be fair, I think after I'm mentioning this, we're probably gonna take a quick break and then actually jump into talking about all this, because I usually have the first hour of just, you know, being general yapping of general things and maybe something TTRPG adjacent, and then once the ad is over, once we go through the first break, then we go deep into whatever the topic is. But why I do this thing, and one of the reasons what I like of these streams and what I want these streams to kind of evolve into, even though I'm covering a specific topic and I'm talking about a specific tabletop RPG system, that doesn't mean that we have to necessarily focus on this. What I want out of these streams is for this to be a place where people can talk generally about their enjoyment and love of tabletop RPGs. They're out here to discuss and talk about like the awesome things they're doing, the awesome things that happen maybe in some games they're planning. Maybe they even want to jump into here to offer advice or ask for advice for some things, or ask guidance for some things that they're planning to do and they're not sure how to do it and may want some second opinions from people who not necessarily get spoiled. Because believe me, as someone who's also been within the Game Master seat, I can understand that that need of, I need to talk to somebody about this, but the people that would understand what I'm talking about are the people that should not know, which that means those are the players. So, you know, having some place to vent off and do these kind of things and also ask for like perspectives, additional perspective and advice is really nice. So, you know, I want this to be like that kind of place. So yeah, what I'm covering here, it's mostly just to have a filler topic for me to discuss and for me to cover within the stream and to jump in and out. I do like to kind of keep to it, but don't feel discouraged. Like if you want to talk about like some other system that even if it's not related to Bunkers and Badasses, if you want to talk about anything, I don't know, WoD, D&D, Pathfinder, I don't know, Cyberpunk Red, Call of Cthulhu, whatever system, feel free to do so. I've started to be vary the type of system that I'm covering or that I'm playing. I've been equally player and game master since 2018 of D&D 5th edition. 2014 specifically. I have not touched the 2024 edition up until kind of like the OGL fiasco thing that happened a few years back. That's kind of when things soured a bit for me, and I started to slowly kind of push away from it and wanted to extend it to other things. And since a year ago, I've started to actually play a few other games. I got into like World of Darkness. That's kind of the first one that I jumped into. Some Hunter the Reckoning 1st edition, some Vampire 20th anniversary edition. I've been a player in both of those. Some Gestalt the RPG system, which is kind of like an in-betweener between D&D and Pathfinder. It's kind of somewhere there in the middle, but it has its own like little systems because, you know, being called Gestalt, its main feature is that you equally progress 2 classes at the same time for your character. That's kind of one of its bigger customization. It's a bit more power fantasy focus, but that's also like another game that I focused. And also Pathfinder 2nd edition, the remastered. Specifically, I've also got a bit into that as well. So I've started to vary a lot more in recent years, and I want to vary out even more. So don't be afraid to ask about the system. Even if I do not know the system, I might still be able to offer some sort of advice. Maybe not necessarily pertaining to the game's rulings, because I may not necessarily yet be familiar with those. But at the very least, I can offer like some general advice or like generic way of thinking, and then you can, you know, take that advice and maybe, you know, adapt it to how the ruling works and some of how you are expecting things to go within your game. Because even aside from playing those games, I've also covered a few TTRPGs. I've covered the playtest of Daggerheart a while back. That's the first TTRPG streams I've done. Initially, I've covered Lancer recently. That's the last system that I covered before jumping to the Bunkers and Badasses. The Gestalt system, I've also talked a bit extensively about it here as well, aside from just also being a player in an actual play for it. So yeah, I've also looked into some other ones, and I'm planning to, you know, expand and look into more in the future. So yeah, my whole plan with this is for this to be a place where people can just really talk about tabletop RPGs, no matter if it's the one that we're currently covering or the topic that we're currently covering within that system, or something completely different, a completely different system with a completely different angle. I'm open to have those discussions. I enjoy talking about this anything pertaining to the TTRPG, anything of that sense. So yeah, and that's the kind of the last thing I wanted to cover before jumping into the what we're planning to do today, which is talking about how to be a bunker master or game master within the Bunkers and Badasses system. But that's something we're gonna do after the break, because there is gonna be an ad break coming up in a few seconds now. And yeah, once the ad is over, I'll return and we're gonna talk about this. So yeah, I'll see you in a few minutes. Oh, I stopped the tab, sorry. There we go. Sorry for the longer delay, but I also grabbed something to to eat, and I decided to just eat it during the break instead of having you hear me munch or constantly pause to take bites. So, you know, I just decided to extend this break a bit longer so I can, you know, have a quick munch of things, and then I can easily jump in and continue our discussions in our talks without any of that. Well, some people don't like eating or eating noises and that sort of thing. So, you know, I thought it would be best. And I kind of wanted to eat, honestly, because, you know, it's pizza. I had like 4 slices on my plate right here in front of me. And I knew that I couldn't resist just keeping them here and just wait between the breaks to like take a slice each. So yeah, I'm just doing it quickly right now and then jump back in. So yeah, that's that's kind of where things ended. So let's get into how to run a game of Bunkers and Badasses as a bunker master. So if you're just going to play Bunkers and Badasses, you do not need to read any of these. This section is all for the Bunkers Masters and will provide a bunch of tips for crafting a compelling quest, story hooks you can outright steal, and ways you can make your life a whole lot easier. Being a Bunker Master is no small task, but it's also not quite as intimidating as may it initially seem. Hopefully, with some help from this book, you'll be your friend's imagination dom in no time at all. Oh my! I hate that term. I hate it. I hate it a lot. I don't know why. I just do not. I don't want. I'm not sure if I want to be someone's imagination dom. No, thank you. That is a term I do not like. But yeah. Anyways, so Mayhem makes memories. What is Mayhem? Well, hunters are designed to create mayhem. It is the very fabric of their being. So, as a bunker masters, you get to harness that mayhem and use it against them. Think of mayhem as a type of currency. All hunters' actions gain you mayhem points that you get to spend causing trouble. Mayhem is designed to allow the bunker master the freedom to balance the game as you see fit. The general idea behind this system is that as players adventure and battle, they will be gaining experience and mastery. And as a bunker master, you'll want to be able to increase the challenge levels accordingly. Spending mayhem points is entirely at your discretion. If combat seems too easy for the group, using mayhem points on mayhem actions or additional waves of enemies will ramp up difficulty. So yeah, mayhem is kind of a system. It's kind of a in the moment kind of a difficulty balance system in a way, or how I like to call it, because it's a term that you in some games use it, or it's part of some video games called like dynamic difficulty, where based on the player's performance, the game adjusts itself in difficulty and challenge based on certain parameters that the game keeps track of. So based on that, they adjust it accordingly. Same way you would think of, oh, this player is dying way too many times, so let's crank down the difficulty. There's also the opposite of, to simplify it. Okay, this player is killing the enemies really fast and not really expending much resources when it comes to, their own survivability. Let's crank it up a bit. Yeah, also, hi there, comrade. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate the hello. Can I play any type of TTRPG like for free? Like improvising, printing from the internet, I don't know, or what is the cheapest variant? A lot of tabletop RPG systems offer a quick starter guide that is a free, very simplified version of the rulings with not much of the fluff, and in some scenarios maybe does not have all the character options available to you to quickly grab and learn. D&D is a quick example of that. D&D has a quick starter guide of some sorts that gives you like the quick rundown of the baseline rulings, like the very core rulings that you need to understand how to play a game, which both you as a dungeon master and as a player you need to know. All the deeper aspects of dungeon mastering or like game mastering, or how to prep for encounters, do that sort of things. Those a bit more high level discussings are not necessarily part of it, but to be fair, there's a ton of content on the internet that you can find online of people offering guides, and YouTube is full of it. They're full of content creators out there on YouTube that offer dungeon master advice or like game master advice. So as long as you have the quick starter, it's free available. Some TTRPGs even have this aspect. A good example is Pathfinder. The most of Pathfinder stuff is readily available if you're talking about it mechanically. Like all the mechanics for all the core books, all the books released, are available in a Wikipendium format. I forgot how it's called, the Chronicles of Nefrit or something like that. So basically, it gives you access to all of the mechanical rulings of everything, like all the character options, all the game master rules. But you don't have access to anything that it would be copyrightable, like, you know, storylines, adventure modules, nothing of the sorts. But if it's just purely rulings, that is available, because Paizo runs under the philosophy or concept that, you know, you do not own mechanics. Nobody owns the rights over a mechanic, and just to be honestly about it, legally speaking, nobody does. You cannot own a mechanic. You cannot legally have a copyright of how something works in a game. There are loopholes, unfortunately. I think Kojima, or not Kojima, Kotaku is infamously known for patenting specifically coding. If you patent coding, it's kind of a loophole when it talks about video games. Warner Brothers has done a similar thing with Shadow of Mordor. The Nemesis system in the Shadow of War games is copyrighted by them. They have a patent on the code. Yeah, but yeah, they have a patent on the code. They don't necessarily have a patent on the mechanic, but it's a slippery slope, because if you think about it logically, usually they have a pattern of what it's most likely the most efficient code to, or as efficient as possible that code could be, for it to run the system. And, you know, you run under that slippery slope that other programmers would probably think of a way to design the system in a similar way that it's designed by Warner Brothers, because that's the efficient way to do it. And, you know, you run the risk that, you know, you're gonna be sued by a multi-billion company, and good luck winning. But yeah, it is. But yeah, to go back to the TTRPG thing, a lot of the systems offer like a quick start guide that gives you the baseline rulings that you would need to know, and maybe a few player options. I think Dungeons and Dragons gives you access to all the classes up to like a certain level, the features of the classes up to a certain level, and one of the subclasses available to you for free. The other ones, you need to have the core book available. Paizo is an exception where you have access to everything from start to finish. So if you find a quick starter guide of how to run Pathfinder, everything else can be found online when it comes to mechanics, because they have it available and they don't have anything against it. I think there are some systems out there. You recommend to start with D&D? Personally, I would say go with Pathfinder. Personally, because it's easier for you, and if you don't necessarily want to deal with the morally ambiguous aspect of, you know, finding the PDFs online, because you could. Technically, you can find it. There's a thing called 5e tools, where you can have access to all the source books. It's widely known. It's technically kind of hush-hush, let's not talk too much about it, but you have access to all the books there. Pathfinder, I would say it's more okay, because they have they are very lax when it comes to, you know, you have access to everything. I personally prefer it a bit more, because if you like to, then as you go into the game, as time progresses, you want to get a bit more deep and a bit more custom with the game. Pathfinder allows you to be more custom with it, because of how the game is designed. It might seem a bit overwhelming at the beginning, but if you stick yourself to some hard rulings where, you know, you're not gonna multi-class, you're not gonna do some crazy, you know, crunchy numbery min-max city thingies, and just keep yourself to some normal progression paths, it's not that hard. It has multiple, it's just that you are advancing at multiple stages in multiple areas compared to D&D, where you just advance a class, you get a feat once every few levels, and that's kind of it. While on Pathfinder, basically every level up is a selection of options. You have options for you to get when it comes to features, and each features are a bit different. But, you know, once you learn how that runs, it's completely fine. If you want something that is D&D-esque or something within that fantasy-esque scenario, then yeah, I would recommend... Personally, I would recommend Pathfinder, not necessarily because I would say Pathfinder is better than D&D. People can argue with that. I have nothing against it. I'm still a D&D enjoyer, personally, about it. I would say mostly as a community thing, more than anything, because I can tell from personal experience, a lot of people that get into D&D, or those who are already within the D&D community, not everyone is as flexible to change systems. I don't know why. It's something known with the D&D community that a lot of the player base is not very flexible of trying new systems, because they're like, I already learned this system, I don't want to learn another one. It's completely false, because you're just gonna learn it the same way you've learned the other ones. You learn as you go, which is my biggest advice. Don't don't overburden yourself trying to understand every possible scenario and every aspect of how the intricacies of the mechanics work. Just get the basics to a certain degree, and then just run with it. And as you encounter things, have a quick break with your group. Be like, hey, I just don't know how this thing should be ruled. Either in that moment decide to, let's figure out a quick way to rule it right now in the moment, and then after the session is over, I'm gonna look into it, and from the next session after that, it's gonna run as it should be. Or you can be like, hey, let's take a quick break, let me look into that ruling, let's see how it's supposed to go, and then go from there. But yeah, don't stress yourself, and learn as you go. It's my biggest advice. Learn as you go. Don't stress yourself with the deeper things, which is why, yeah, get yourself, I think, every book, at the very least every big book. I'm not sure of the other ones, or if there are anything readily available. There are some other ones that get a bit more advanced, or that are a bit more custom. There is like the Fate system, which is very custom when it comes to settings and all that, where a lot of systems work on the Fate system. There is GURPS, which is basically a TTRPG system that, depending on how you want it, you can have it extremely bare bones with barely any rulings, or you can make it the most number crunchiest game ever. You literally, the system allows you to choose how advanced each ruling you want it to be, and you can pick and choose. Like, maybe you want some rulings to be simple, but some rulings to be more advanced, or maybe you want all rulings to be advanced, or you want all rulings to be simple. It's very modular in how advanced and complex the rulings can be, and the mechanics. But yeah, honestly, at this point, I would just suggest, I'm not saying that D&D is bad. Again, if you really want to stick with D&D, or really want to play something D&D-esque, or really want to go with D&D, then sure, go for it. I'm not gonna stop you. I'm not necessarily deterring you. But I don't know, if you're talking about this in a way that you don't necessarily have people, or you're also having new people that want to get into this the same way as you do, out of personal experience, I would recommend maybe try a separate system from D&D. Just because D&D is the widely known mainstream system, that doesn't mean that it's the only system you should try. Go find something interesting, find something diverse. Pathfinder is a bit more interesting in my opinion. I personally, as I looked into it, by comparison, I personally prefer Pathfinder a bit more, just because I like my things to be custom. I like to customize my things a bit more in depth from a player perspective when I'm making a character, and Pathfinder gives you that opportunity a lot more than D&D does. Of course, at the same time, it really depends on what you want. Like, if you want something a bit, more combat, action focused, not necessarily number crunchy, but at the very least, combat-y, damage roll, doing attacks, fighting monsters, fighting that sort of things. Yeah, Pathfinder and D&D are kind of your systems. If you want something a bit more role-playing-esque, where combat or the aspects of confrontations are a bit more abstract, or at the very least, confrontation is not necessarily just by fists. It's also more by words. Games that focus a bit more on the role-playing aspect, like anything World of Darkness related, for example, can be a good option. Like if you want something, like Vampire, Hunter the Reckoning, Werewolf the Apocalypse. Any of those can work. That is a rabbit hole of its own, personally. Which I would probably suggest you look a bit into it, what you would feel. Also, is it a must-buy to buy the beginner box or starter boxes? It's not necessarily a must-buy to buy the starter boxes. It's a good way to ease yourself into it. I'm not gonna deny, because you get a good chunk of all of it. Personally, if you are talking about D&D, because that's the one that I've used, because D&D has 3 of them available so far. You have the Lost Miners of Phandelver, which is the first ever module that they've released, and it is a starter module. You have the, what they call it, the essential kit, and I think there's like another one, Stormblood Dragons or something like that. There's like another like very dragon-esque looking one, and I'm not sure if that one is for 2024 or it was also designed for, or it was a rework for 2014. I think at the time there was still like the 2014 edition, and then maybe they've designed that. But anyways, there are like 3 of them. Personally, out of these 3, I forgot the third one's names, but out of the first 2 that I mentioned, the essential kit, I personally like it more because it starts with a 1 to 5 adventure module that you get physically, like as a paper book within that box that you can run, which is set in the same location as Lost Mine of Phandelver, but timeline wise it's a bit further into the future. It's a few years ahead after those events. And then after that you get a code, because this starter box was done in collaboration with D&D Beyond, which is a digital platform for you to manage your characters, and even has like some Dungeon Master tools. And you can put that code into a D&D Beyond account, and you get access to a mini trilogy adventure that continues from the book, from the end of that book, and it goes up to level 12, which starts with some loose ends that the essential kit, the Dragon of Icespire Peak, as it's known, it continues off. Plus, it has like a few like nice things. You have all the item cards from the booklet adventure, from the 1 to 5. You have item cards for all the things that you find in the 1 to 5 adventure. You have like mini quick run guides of how combat runs that you can offer. You have like an initiative tracker, which are just number cards. It's not necessarily a big deal, but you have them. You have like helper NPCs, which is really nice. And all that sort of thing. And some other... You have a few little extra things here and there. But me personally, I like it because it actually gives you the possibility of running a 1 to 12 adventure as a full-in starter experience, which it's usually the general go-to for most adventure modules in D&D. So you run the 1 to 5, get the vibe of it with your players, and then from that point on, it'd be like, hey, you liked playing this, you want to continue this? I still have some content that I can have access to and continue. Also, Comrade, can you give me the name instead? Like, just write the name of what you found instead of the link, because I have links, as you can see, muted. That's out of security more than anything. So, if you can just give me the name of whatever you found, and I can look into it myself. Or I might just know it by the name of it. As starter boxes are not necessary, but they're a good way to kind of, you have access to an adventure, you get a few physical things, especially if you want to run like a physical game or like a in-person game. It's nice to have. If you shift to something like running a digital, or like an online sessions, it's not that necessary. Paizo seems to be the official site for Pathfinder. Yep, Paizo it is. It is the name of the publisher, and there you should have access to all the things that you need. Let me double check, like off stream. Let me add it separately. Yeah, I think it should have a place. I don't know it fully by navigation. It has if you're looking at the beginner box for Pathfinder, personally, I do have it. I actually have the beginner box for Pathfinder. I've not used it, but it's actually really good because I honestly like it because it actually gives you a map of the place where you would run an encounter. It has some like high quality cards, and like you even have like creature tokens, which is really nice. And you have like some to be fair, all starter boxes usually give you like some pre-made characters, so that's really nice. So if you're talking about the beginner box for Pathfinder, I think it's nice. I think it's good. Because I do have it. I've skimmed through it, and I think it could be a good way to start. I forgot from I think it's similar. I think it's by similar concept. There I sort of started by wanting to try without investigating anything because I'm not sure if I have anything I should start with. I'm pretty sure. Let me see where I can find it on the website. Because I'm pretty sure the accessory. Pathfinder start today. Yeah, you have the archives and methods, which is a online. It's kind of like a mini wiki of how to run the game, and it literally gives you all the go-to of how to start. It even gives you like some game mastery advice and like some quick links and quick access to certain rulings of game mastering, which is really nice. It takes a bit to learn how to navigate the wiki itself, but overall it's decently, it's a decent thing to do. A decent place for you to check for it. Pathfinder are the Pathfinder ID. It's something similar. I don't think the Pathfinder has a quick starter guide because you can just use. You can just go to the archives and Nephis, and you basically learn how to run the game there, and you don't really need anything else. Because if you go to literally the Pathfinder selection, and you just click to that, and don't necessarily go to the beginner box, and something. Yeah, I'll just show it on screen. Oh. Yeah, you are on the Paizo, ignore the cropping because it's a cropping made for how I usually have visualized the PDF. You have here the section, the Pathfinder, just click on it directly. You can either go here to New to Pathfinder and, hyperlinks you. The quick guide, and, you have this, Archives of Nephis, which is a wiki page that literally tells you how to play, character creation, game mastering, and basically get around of everything. So, and literally everything as the game would tell you in its full physical book, like in its full ass edition, like not necessarily like a quick starter. You have here literally in this system you have access to everything. You can't really see it, but literally it's character creation, equipment, feats, game mastery, rules, settings, everything that is from official books. It's here. It exists. Only thing that you don't have available is adventure paths, which are the adventure modules of Pathfinder, because those are copyrighted, because you have writing made by people that they have ownership and offering towards, and anything else of that sort. And a certain rule and certain guides or guidelines might not necessarily be available, but anything mechanical that you need to reference, it's here, because this is the SRD, the system reference document. Is basically this entire wiki. That's how we ran our actual play of Pathfinder. Literally, the game master, our game master Ghost was like, here, go on the website, make your character. Only requirement is that all the characters have to be available within need to have a remastered edition version of it, because Pathfinder 2nd edition is currently going through a remastering process where they've already remastered the core book, and I think also the game master book, maybe a bit of the some of the other things. They're remastering it not because the edition is old, but they want to, because since the OGL fiasco that happened a few years back, out of safety for their own property, they basically decided to reprint everything, and to some extent even maybe with this reprint also take the opportunity to maybe even redesign a few aspects of the game, or a few a few features to detach themselves from D&D and any sort of terminology or nomenclature that might be owned by Dungeons and Dragons or Wizards of the Coast. Okay, can you recommend a free storyline? I don't think a free storyline for I don't, unfortunately I don't think Pathfinder has such a thing. Not sure. I'm not fully in the know myself because I'm also pretty newish to everything Pathfinder. I play with my wife. That's a good point. There's a Pathfinder Society. I'm not sure if they have, because I know that the Dungeon Master, the DM's Guild, occasionally offers free adventures. I do not know if the Pathfinder Society does. Oh, with immersive view as a hero in the line, the scenario is going to get along with the plot. Let me check. Oh, they're paid. Yeah, they're paid. Maybe quest. Same thing. Oh, no, there are a few free ones. Okay, there we go. Ambush in the Absalon, Vein of Fangs, Honor Echo, Phantom Phenomena. Oh, not expensive though. Yeah, but to be fair, I think these are PDFs because everything Pathfinder Society, I think it's digital, so probably that's why it's cheap. But you have a few freebies, so you know you don't have to. And you know you also have a few ratings, so if you want to take yourself based on those ratings, go ahead. But yeah, everything here you can get it. Also, something really nicer, because Pathfinder is also part of its own digital platform. It's part of Nexus, which is kind of the D&D beyond of all TTRPGs, because Nexus is designed to host multiple systems, not just a singular one, and it has Pathfinder in it. If you own, if I'm not mistaken, I'm not sure, I forgot if it was one way or the other, but if you own, I think if you own them physically, or if you own the PDFs already from Paizo, you get like some sort of discount code if you want to have them available to the Nexus. But me personally, I don't necessarily recommend it, considering that, you know, we have everything available here, like as part of the archives and FS, so you don't necessarily need to unlock them because you can easily reference everything that you need here. You have literally access to all classes, all abilities, all spells from all books. It's not just the core set, it's everything, all the expanded content, everything that is non-remastered, remastered. You have access to it. But yeah, Pathfinder Society is basically, how to say it, it's kind of like a organized group play where everything runs by certain rulings, and it's kind of like a society or club type of thing where everybody runs a I think this describes it probably a bit better. Pathfinder Society worldwide fantasy roleplay campaign using the Pathfinder rule set. Take the role of an agent on Pathfinder Society, a league of explorers, archaeologists. Okay. Yeah, it's basically kind of like a club thing where everything happens within the same you know, adventures and rulings, but you know, they have some restrictions when it comes to you know, what character options you have, how you organize a group. But again, these don't matter. You can just get the adventure and run it on your own privately. The society is designed around to have a public play, to basically have, you know, to have organized public locations. That's their whole that's the purpose of these. for anybody, like for example, like tabletop shops or anything of the sorts, to have a place where they can organize a kind of like a mini club thing where people can gather together and play into, you know, public groups with, if they want, with new people, that sort of thing, and everything runs under specific rulings. But if you do it privately, it doesn't matter. You don't have to follow them, because at the end of the day, you're playing at home on your own. Who fucking cares? These are more designed for anybody who's out there to, you know, organize it as kind of like a public event thing. But yeah, you have access to a few freebies, so that's a good thing. Which I think, are they based on the remastered or the OG version? To be fair, it doesn't matter that much. The remastered has a few things changed here and there, but not much. And the quests are, yeah, they're like level 1 hour-ish long adventures. But, you know, as you said it yourself, the whole ass, you know, the whole ass quests, they're not too expensive. So if you decide to like cash in once and just try one of these scenarios, you can go ahead and do that. I think these are numbered in order, so you probably should do them in by order. If you want them to make sense. These are like the easiest ones I can find for free. Maybe you can, again, if you look online, maybe there are communities and places out there where you can find people who might offer adventures or things like that that you can have access for free. I'm not fully sure. Again, Pathfinder is my you know, suggestion for Pathfinder. If you want to have something ready, available, free to and easy to play, and something akin to, you know, like D&D or any sorts. Again, it really depends on what you want. It's hard, but again, search into it. I can't say for every system out there, because Lancer, for example, has, but it doesn't have adventures. I know pretty well. Maybe the community might have done some custom adventures that you can find for free, but when it comes to offered by official sources, no, they only have paid adventures. But again, it has a similar thing where you can, yeah, they have like a quick rundown of how to run the game for free, kind of like a quick starter guide. Again, if there is like a system out there that interests you, look into it, research, see if you can find something that might be close to, you know, close to what you're interested into running or playing, and then go from there. After that, again, yeah, the biggest problem, as you said it yourself, is finding people that would also be willing to play. Again, I would say to not jump to the obvious obvious selection of D&D, because I don't know why it's a D&D thing or like a general D&D community thing, where I've seen it more often than not, where people are unwilling to people are unwilling to, I don't know, explore new areas and all that, or anything like that. Also, I saw something you have on the craft page. What is that? What are those? And they are in work in progress. Oh, I can quickly show it. 1 second. I have it somewhere. Downloaded already. I'll show the finished thing first. I'll probably also show the coffee thing as well. 1 second. I think that's the, yep, there we go. That's the thingy. Also grab the link for the coffee page, because I guess this is because I forgot to do my shilling for today, to be fair, so I guess this is a perfect opportunity for me to chill for a bit. 1 big hot second. Like that. Not. Why the hell it's on? The fuck? It's not on dark mode. I don't fucking know. It's probably because I'm not logged in, because I also I equally have Water Fox and I equally own Waterfox and Opera GX because some Twitch features for some reason do not work with the Firefox browsing system. They need to be on Chromium for some reason, and because of that I need to have both of them. But yeah, to quickly go through my shilling, I guess what you find available on my Ko-fi page is this was part of a charity goal that I've set up for early January, if I remember correctly. Yes, well, for the charity event that I've been. I was part of an actual play, live streamed campaign for a Gestalt RPG system. To quickly summarize it, Gestalt, if you were to put D&D and Pathfinder like on two ends of a spectrum, Gestalt is somewhere in the middle. Like, it runs and it's almost identical to kind of those two games as a D20 systems when it comes to how it plays. It has its own unique features. It's a bit more customizable than D&D when it comes to character creations and things like that, and like options of actions and mechanics. But it doesn't go to the same level of complexity as Pathfinder, so I think it's like a decent in-between. And for that campaign, I designed a subclass specific for my character, which I promised that, you know, as part of a charity goal, I would release it and put it freely available. The Void Touch Sorcerer Origin, which is a Sorcerer subclass. This is for the Gestalt system, so it's not something you can easily adapt for any other systems. To be fair, it takes inspiration to the Wild Magic Sorcerer from D&D. Like literally, if you look through how some of these class features work, it's basically that. Zoom in a bit so you have a better look of it. But yeah, it's a subclass that I designed for that Gestalt system, and I promised that I release it. And what you have here, which is part of those who are member onlys, and I'm hoping to get back to it and work on it. Currently, this is a work in progress version of a extension of this, because here you have only the subclass available. As I developed this, and as I was developing this subclass for my character, I started to get more and more ideas for like spells and other options which my character used. I have a few custom spells designed for the character that I've not yet shown publicly, that I've used in that campaign. And I'm also planning of adding some additional class option, maybe some feats and other things like that, and maybe some other things that I've designed for other systems and adapt them for Gestalt and put them into like one like mini supplement. And currently here you have the, as I have it right now, version of that supplement, of that kind of extension, homebrew select options for the homebrew player options that I currently designed. It currently contains the subclass here. It has a few more extra things for the subclass. It has some guidelines and some extra written text for it. So it's technically what you see here. It's only the mechanics. It doesn't have the it doesn't have some of the guidelines or anything that I mentioned. And also it has access, as you can see here, to a few of the spells that I've already designed. And I'm also planning to add a few more. Currently, if you become a member, which is basically a subscriber for my Ko-fi page, you get access to my work in progress version of it, which is on a pay what you want model. I put it like that just because, you know, in case there are people out there who want to give me a bit more extra additionally from offering support, you have the option. I'm not saying to do it. You are already a subscriber, so if you are a subscriber, I'm not asking you to put more money than that for it to have access. But yeah, I'm giving this as a benefit for anybody who's a Ko-fi subscriber. I'm planning to work on it more and actually start working more on it, and because I still have a few more spells that I want to add, and I also have some subclass ideas, maybe some features and other character options. So whenever I'm gonna make some like major modifications, I'm gonna update this and have it available for the subscribers. So this is for, you know, this is like a subscriber benefit, while this one is freely available for anybody who gets to my Ko-fi page, because it was a charity reward, so I put it for free. It's still on a pay what you want model, just in case, you know, you appreciated the work that I do and you maybe want to see me work a bit more on this, because I would like to design more stuff, more TTRPG things. And as I said, I have like an idea for this one. I'm also planning, after I'm done with doing this supplement, to make an adaptation of it, which is going to be heavily modified for D&D and Pathfinder as well. I would like to make things that are and then redesign them for other systems that I also play in or I like myself. So basically, the Void Touch sorcerer here, currently it is for Gestalt, but at some point I want to make it also for Pathfinder. I would also like to make it for D&D as well. Although if I will design it for D&D, it's gonna be wildly different, because as I said, this is kind of inspired from the Wild Magic Sorcerer, and I just don't want it to be a copy-paste Wild Magic Sorcerer. So there, it's probably gonna take a lot of the things that I've designed it specifically for this, and those are gonna be its main features in the D&D version. Because it started as an inspiration for the Wild Magic Sorcerer, but some of the features are a bit more custom. Thank you so much for clarifying. I might come back with questions after I start reading and get into it. No worries. I also appreciate the bit donations. As I said, these streams, even though they might be on occasion derailed by these kind of questions, I'm open for them. That's the whole point of these streams. Even the topic that I'm covering for the streams is for us to have something to discuss. But if people come in and want to ask advice, or I need help, or whatever it is related to TTRPGs, that might not be the system that I'm talking about, might be something completely different, I'm completely open about it. I'm completely there to offer my perspective, offer whatever help and whatever suggestions I can get to the best of my abilities. Again, I may not necessarily, I'm not some pertainer of all that comes to all that is related to TTRPGs, but there might be people out there who might have some interesting perspectives that I do not have. But I will gladly offer whatever I can as help. So of course, gladly, do not worry if you have further questions either during this stream or in future streams. When it comes to this, I'll gladly talk about them. And hey, I'll even talk about these kind of things even outside of these streams. But these streams are thought to be specifically for this. But hey, if, for example, I don't know, tomorrow's stream you want to talk about something like that, sure thing, no worries. I'll talk about it. I'll yap about TTRPGs because I do like it. I do enjoy that. I do enjoy this medium. It's really fun. Yeah, but yeah, to finish my shilling, because considering that we got into the coffee thing and I've not done my once per stream shilling for coffee. But yeah, if you want a reason to support me on coffee outside of just offering direct donations, you have something here physical that you have access to. If you are a fan of the Gestalt system and you want something to try out, and hey, I'm also open to feedback. I want to kind of get back into this and figure out like ways to get feedback from it, to do some other stuff like that, and to become a bit more consistent with this. Because I'll be fair, I put this together like a few months back and I've not really touched it. I wanted to get into doing some co-working streams to actually work on this, and as part of the co-working streams to make like a members only thing where you kind of get a quote-unquote post-mortem of what I worked on that stream, and you have it available as a members exclusive thing. I was thinking like some things here and there to kind of make about it, make with it. I will get back into it, hopefully. I've been a bit kind of like all over the place, I'll be fair with you all. But again, if you really enjoy these kind of things and you want to see me work on this and design more of this kind of stuff, because I'm a game designer, and to be fair, this is kind of my favorite medium to design and work in. It's very easy for me. It's approachable. It's probably it's not as daunting, and I enjoy looking through it. Then go ahead. You have a justification aside from just simply donating, but it's still considered a donation, by the way. It's not an exchange of goods and services, because at the end of the day, you have this available completely for free. You don't have to pay me. It's just here as a justification for, a mental justification for yourself for why you would donate. So if you want to get something out of it, or if you want to be a member in the future, outside from what is currently available, I'm planning to be a bit more consistent with my coffee membership, so you get something out of it. So if you want to be a coffee subscriber instead of a Twitch subscriber, or maybe even both, your decision, you have something to get out of it as well. And to put it out there, technically, if you are a coffee member, most of your subscription goes to me compared to Twitch. The split that Kofi takes is it's significantly smaller. Most of the financial contribution that you put on Kofi goes to me. So, you know, if you want a more direct support, yeah. I have a membership. That is why I was curious now that I'm reading about it. Thought I said the core book is only $10 out. Yeah, Gestalt. Honestly, Gestalt is it's a really good one as well. It's niche. It's a niche system. I don't think you're gonna find too many people discussing about it. It's a bit more niche, but it's really cool. It's a bit more power fantasy. I'll be fair about it. Than some of the other systems, but it's really cool. I really liked it. It's the whole concept of it is that when you create a character, you choose 2 classes, and you progress both classes equally. So that's kind of how you make your character a bit more custom, because you know there's one thing of having, I don't know, warlock fighter, but there is another one having a paladin wizard, and what are the interplays there, what exactly is the justification and all that. It's really cool, and it also builds in a bit of that kind of like roleplay aspect into mechanics, because you have something called honors, which is something akin to titles, land ownership, you know, social status, which is actually a built-in like mechanical thing that you have there. It's more for roleplay, but you have it there as an actual character progression element that you can obtain as you progress, as you level up with your character. So it has a bit of interplay with both, and it is still constantly getting updated. Like it got a new source book like recently, and they still kind of put a few more things together. So if it's something that you want to look into it, go ahead. But as I said, Gestalt compared to like D&D or Pathfinder, it's a bit more niche. I'm not sure how big of a community it is. They have like an official Discord, so you can jump at the very least to that Discord and see more about it, because I think they would offer a bit more information on that. But anyhow, that's kind of the general idea. But yeah. And you know what other things that I'm planning to do with the membership in the future is, because definitely my plan with the supplement, once I'm done with it and I have it fully done, is to make it paid. But I will offer like an exclusivity window for people that have memberships, and you know you're gonna have it at a high discount, so you don't have to pay it fully, or depending on how much I'm pricing it, you don't even have to pay it. You might have an early access freebie for it because you're a member, depending on but you know your subscription is going to be taken into account when it comes to if you have to pay this or not. And after that, I'm planning to put it up front, because the Gestalt system is completely open of having you selling your own supplements and all that. They even have like a bounty reward system where you can cash in, like literally the creators can pay you if you have a substantial document created. Unfortunately, currently just the subclass that I have, it does not fulfill all the criteria. It needs to be more. I think it needs to be like 1,000 or 5,000 words minimum, so it can be a lot more. But anyways, I'm gonna take a quick break because there is an outbreak happening, and then when I'm back, we're jumping back into our usual things. So yeah, I'll see you in a few minutes. Oh, okay, there we go. Okay, so I found these free for the computer. 4 books, adventures of. So that are 4 books. So I'm guessing Beginner's Guide, Monster Manual, TMG, the Dungeon Master Guide, Tyranny of Dragons, which I think it's the starter of. It's the starter adventure of Rise of Tiamat, Element of Evil, Rage of Demons, Curse of Strahd, Errata and Extras. That's maybe usually release packet. I don't know what that is. Table name tents, character sheet, Warlock 5e. Anarchanas are always free because those are playtest materials. D&D 5e. Yeah, I'm a Monster Manual. That's the core book. Player's Companions. Exactly what is Home Drawbacks. Vice R. There's Handbook with the Errata. Okay, Storm King's Thunder. That's the full adventure was starter of that. PSRD, that's a freebie. Big level adventures. That might be all. Of course, I'll if I really get into them, I'll buy them. again, as I said, if you look online of something called 5e tools, 5etools.com, you'll find everything pertaining to D&D freely and readily available. That's all I'll say. I'm not gonna talk too much about it because it's technically a bit of a hush-hush, not necessarily publicized too much, because technically it's only used as kind of like an archival thing, not for anything else of the sorts, and it could be considered, violating copyright. But literally, you have access to all the things there. Wanted. As you have a section, if you have a drop down of rules, and under rules you have books, and you have absolutely everything once you start to scroll down through there. It's all of it. 2020, 2014, 2024. Oh shit! It also has 2024. Huh. I have to look into it. I'll finally be able to actually look into 2024. I forgot. I thought it only had the 2014 stuff. I guess it got updated with the 2024 things as well. Huh. Guess I'll have to look into that and actually see how wildly changed the system is. Cause it did change it. And all the other things. You also have them released by years, which is really nice. Something like that. Tarot deck, no. Yeah, you have everything here. You even have the cookbooks, Heroes Feast, Flavors of the Multiverse, Punches and Flagons, which those are legitimate IRL cookbooks of making fantasy versions of meals in real life, like fantasy meals in IRL. But there's some good books here. I would recommend, like, the general core rule book, which is, everything pertaining from 2014, the Player's Handbook, Monster Manual, DMG, the extended compendium, which is Volo's Guide to Monsters, Xanatar's Guide to Everything, and Mordenkainen's Tome of Foes. And also, I would say Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. Those are really good. To kind of expand yourself to multiple options, both as a game master and for players. And all the other things are just based on vibes. Again, I've looked a bit. I know a bit of some of the changes of 2024 edition of 5e. I'm particularly not a big fan of it. It had potential. Some of the Unearthed Arcana I really liked in some directions they went, but for some reason they decided not to go with them and just gone in other wild directions. And I don't know, after a bit it just I don't know, just didn't right with me. So I personally stick to, if I were to ever run again something D&D related, I would personally stick to 2014. As a player, again, 2014 I'm down always. 2024, I'll be willing to give it a stab, but not fully sure. Although from my understanding, both systems can run together pretty well. Like, aside from like somehow some rulings have changed in how some actions get determined or how some spells work, or some more generic things. Technically, you can run a 2014 character alongside 2014 characters and vice versa. It's just one of those things where you probably have to decide which rulings of the two you're gonna work more on than necessarily character options. Because there are some changes, like even on some more generic things on how certain actions work, even how some spells work. It are a bit changed. Yeah, it is but yeah, you technically have access to all of it there. So again, there is something similar to Pathfinder, to Archives on Nephis as well, to D&D. This one, it's just one of those things where it's not as widely discussed or as widely talked about, just because it's a weird legality thing, and Hasbro is a bit more down with those kind of legality things, and usually people don't publicly don't talk about it. You know, in your own private time, use it as you see fit. It's not that big of a deal. And of course, I'm not denying, because TTRPGs are also a bit about accessibility. If you stumble upon a PDF on some websites that offer you PDF files of something or another, I'm not gonna say no. Like, believe me, I've looked into some things that I had to dig through them myself through corners of the internet to find them and collect them, just because, you know, I wanted them as a reference and nothing else. Not here to, you know, judge anything like that, because I come from Eastern Europe. Out here, gaming in general was expensive back when I was younger. But you'd be shocked how many games I played back in my day that I technically do not own, and still technically don't. None that I have right now are anything of that sort. Everything that I have in my system is owned, but back in the day, not so much. But anyhow, we were talking about Mayhem. So what we discussed about, like, what is Mayhem, which is kind of like a dynamic difficulty thing that the Dungeon Master can have as a resource to kind of crank things up if they feel like the players are having too much of a breeze through encounters. So you add 1 point to your Mayhem tally each time any of the following actions occur. Pay attention, because all of these things will happen often, and you want to make sure you gain those sweet Mayhem points. If any player ever fails a check inside or outside of an encounter, get a Mayhem point. If during an encounter any player hands off an item to an adjacent target, takes an extra movement or extra attack, reloads or swaps out a gun, attempts a check, fails a badass move, if an enemy rolls a crit, and so on. Those are kind of like the generic ones. There are some more hyper-specific ones that are mentioned within those features, but these are the more general things that you will always encounter. Then, once you have accumulated a stack of Mayhem points, here's how you can spend them to create your own Mayhem back. With 1 point, you can execute one enemy's Mayhem action instead of their normal action. With 2 points, send another wave of enemies equaling to half the encounter's total badass rank. You can slice this pie any way you want. You can add a slew of low rank enemies, 1 mini boss, or a combination of the platter. I might be hungry. Anyways, for 2 points, you can also have one enemy that dies this turn take a Mayhem action before death. Exactly like Papa Gabe said. I think you're referring to what I mentioned before, like, I'm not here to, you know, judge things when it comes to, like, owning things and all that. And to be fair, I'll be fair, like, Valve has created a good chunk of their big-ass empire through the modding scene and all the, like, freebie available things that you find on the internet, which technically are free. It's kind of like the free market of the game development, because Team Fortress Classic is based on a Quake mod called Team Fortress. Dota 2 is based on Defense of the Ancients, which is the Warcraft 3 mod. So at the least 2 of their bigger titles. Counter-Strike was a Half-Life mod, technically, which they owned and made of, but to some degree you could consider Half-Life being an offshoot of Quake. Some degree. To be fair, I'm not gonna go into this rant too much, because this is a big ass rant when it comes to, like, the id and the id Software studio back in its heyday, back in its Rockstar days, let's call it. But to quote another content creator, I think their name is Scifi, C11 BE, something like that. He's like a content creator who does a lot of, like, I think he does like a pro series. He basically runs pro runs of all the campaigns of, like, high difficulty of high difficulty boomer shooters, or like all the OG boomer shooters at high difficulty, that kind of thing. And he mentioned that if you look underneath any sort of game these days, there's a bit of Quake in them. To some, and I would say it aside from on a technical aspect, because he mentioned it in the sense of how graphical engines run games. At a foundation, they might have some elements taken from how John Carmack has created the Quake engine to generate 3D graphics, because it was revolutionary at the time, and it was one of the most efficient ways to run 3D graphics, which back then it was like cutting edge technology. So a lot of those methodologies are even kept to some degree even to this day. So technically he was implying to that, but I would even say it to even a more abstract sense. If you look behind a lot of the gaming industry in general these days, or the gaming community these days, if you look deeply in it, there's a bit of Quake in it. Somehow it goes back to Quake to some degree. Yeah, the modding community comes from Quake, the speedrunning community comes from Quake, the machinima community to some degree comes from Quake as well. Of course, Quake is the game that solidified the FPS genre as a defining title and as a definition, because up until then they were like Doom clones or, you know, Wolfenstein clones or anything like that. Quake is the first one that defined the FPS genre. The deathmatch scene and, you know, high action multiplayer scene, FPS scene, also again pertaining to Quake, and so many other things. Yeah, gotta go. Thank you so much for giving me the time to explain it. No worries. Good luck with whatever you have to do, comrade. I appreciate you jumping around, having a talk. It's always fun to chat with you. So don't worry about it. I appreciate it, and I appreciate all the support you've given so far. And yeah, so good luck with whatever you have to do. But yeah, I'm not gonna go too deep into that, but on a very abstract sense, there's a lot of Quake in many things. Even like some big game releases have happened because of Quake, or because of the aftermath of Quake. If you look a bit of the history of all the big rock stars that defined its software back in the day, and how they splinter off and make their own new big things afterwards in separate. Anyways, it's a whole ass fucking rant. So yeah, I'm not gonna go too much into that. But yeah, there's a lot of Quake DNA in a lot of things these days, if you were to like really look back into it. But anyhow, continuing about like how you can spend Mayhem points, we talked about like 1 point, 2 points, and now at 3 points, all enemies take Mayhem actions instead of their normal actions, or boss enemies take an extra action. It's one or the other. And at X points, so basically anything higher than 3, or I'm guessing it's a specific requirement based on the boss, you complete a boss goal. So I'm guessing this is more based on the character stat, not necessarily a generic cost. Yeah. Also, another addition that comes from Tiny Tina's own mind palace. For 1 point, I do what I want. Run the random stuffs table. Rando stuffs table. Sorry, rando stuffs. If you want to get a little crazy and go butt wild, use this table instead of the other boring stuff over there. Just roll a hundo die as 10-sided dice. Obviously, don't roll a hundo actual die, or maybe 2. There are like a D100 actual physical, like one singular die, and do the thingy the die says. From 1 to 5, whoops, you trip and land onto another player. You clumso on 6 to 10. A robber, somebody steals something off of you. 11 to 15, war cry, an enemy takes a really good speech, and even you're like, damn, maybe they're the good guys here. Am I the baddie? 16 to 20, return. Some of the damage you just put out on a baddie gets bounced back at you. Ouch. Adhesion, somehow you get stuck to something. Ew, nice, ew. Get stuck to something. Rogue, an enemy does something totally unexpected and random, like propose marriage or kill their boss or drink acid or something. Okay. Attention, something happens that distracts you. Baby starts crying, a dog licks your leg, somebody taps you on the shoulder. Possessed, a ghosty takes over one of the baddos. Ignite, somebody's on fire. Why? I don't know, you figure it out. Sneaky, an enemy becomes cloaked, basically invisible. Obviously, do this one of your scarier enemies, so your players are like, oh no. Clear shot, something gets in front of the player's guns and blocks their shot, like probably a pro b-ball player. Upgrade, a battle gets a better gun. Change places, the battle order, put it down, flip it, and reverse it. Okay, then from 66 to 80, boom, something fucking explodes like kablam. Thanks. 81 to 85, jam, your gun fills with jelly. What? Okay. 86 to 90, bring the house down, a nearby building crumbles regardless of if it's something important is in it or not. Probably better if there is something important in it there, to be honest. A malfunction, a player's shields depletes so they feel naked. Mutate, an enemy becomes a badass, maybe because they get really angry. Domino, a bunch of really unlikely stuff happens. That sort of chain reacts and makes everything really bad for everyone. Rain, a loot chest falls from somewhere onto something or somebody. Up to you if you want to explain why. If not, it's just like it rains chest sometimes. Deal. Problems. 99 problems, of course. 4 battles show up. And 100 divine. Something miraculous or insane happens, either to the baddies or to your players. It should totally change whatever is going on, and ideally be hilarious. Sure, why not? Again, all of the 18 editions definitely are gonna have a bit of more that kind of wacky, crazy, a bit over the top Borderlands flair. If that's not necessarily pertaining to your taste, at least these Tina parts, you can easily just ignore them. Like, some of the stuff here sounds fun. Some of the stuff feels like I don't know, it kind of really breaks agency. A German dice roll that you as a game master pertain to it. Like, I'm gonna decide to do this through this resource system, and you have nothing to do against it. If I roll something like this one, like oops, trips and lands another player, it feels a bit weirdly breaking a bit of the agency. I don't know. I feel like some players might be sour about that. Really depends. But yeah, that's like a thing. It can happen. Anyhow, then we go to crafting a campaign. Whether you are creating a new adventure or leading the group through a pre-made campaign, there are steps you can take to craft the experience around the playstyle of your players. If they tend to be more interested in role-playing and acting, you can center the adventure around character development and NPC engagement. For those who are in it for the combat and loot, and there are plethora of enemies and guns to throw at them. Whatever playstyle fits your group, it is you as the bunker master to provide to that bespoke experience. Yeah, even if this is heavily based around Borderlands and all about that kind of looty shootery experience, you can still have a compelling like narrative experience. Like, this is just a delivery method. The book is the delivery method. That's all. Not, you can still have the delivery method to be directed towards a roleplay experience or to something a bit more combat and, you know, I don't know, dungeon crawl style of game, or something of a mix of in between. Maybe something more, you know, murder mystery-esque or anything of the sort. So still, you still have the freedom to do it. So, quests. A good campaign should flow like a well-written story. It should be a beginning, a middle, and most importantly, a satisfying ending wherein the Vol Hunters feel victorious. Story quests. These form the backbone of your campaign. Story quests will drive your players along your meticulously planned adventure, allowing them to journey through an epic, emotionally gripping story. Just kidding. These are quests your players will spend an entire session ignoring because you accidentally mentioned one of the wizards in the tavern was named the Dunk Baller. Or Dunk Baller? I think it's Dunk Baller. And suddenly they want to play bunkers and basketball. So you really quickly make up some rules about how basketball works in this system. So you're like, I guess treat the hoop like a creature and make a ranged attack on it. Or, no, yeah, In this war pack, screwball hoops are actual monsters that eat bombs, so you can only defeat them by lobbing grenades, and whoever defeats their hoop monster wins the game, I guess. While staring at your 2-page of meticulous typed notes and story beats and slowly growing angrier at yourself for even believing your players would even be remotely interested in the story you to tell. It's, at the end of the day, it's the story that you as a collective are telling, and not necessarily the story that you as the game master want to tell, because you're not a book author. You're there to offer the means to and the options for players to drive an experience, and alongside with them you go for the ride. You're not necessarily a passenger, and neither should they be. But still, you need to have these. Without story quests, your players will feel directionless, and that never feels good. Once they have a clear story hook driving them through your campaign, they'll feel empowered to brutally ignore and subvert that story to every turn, which is totally fine and part of the fun of role-playing. Just so you know. Don't be surprised when it happens, and maybe take some improv classes so you can roll with the punches. Definitely improv helps a lot, but and at the same time, I think like this medium is really good to improve that skill equally. Not necessarily just have to come to be prepared with that sort of skill set. You can actually train it through this. You know, you're more likely than not going to encounter a lot of like out of the blue shit happening. So go ahead, just figure it out. Yeah, from questing, you have side questing. These can be collected from NPCs or just appear in the world naturally, but these are additional optional misadventures your players can get into. They can be used to give more depth to the world and its characters, flesh out the main story and its stakes, or just be a fun excuse to shoot for things. Any major town should have its own bounty board where vault hunters can find those in need of help and charge them for it. If you want to create seemingly random quests that have absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with the main story, you can easily just throw them onto a bounty board with no explanation necessary. If you're not feeling particularly inventive, just use the chart and roll up a side quest. And here are like some locations, like, you know, locations and interaction. Bandit Town, you know, help a dragon, find some loot, quell a rebellion, Lasky, Inferior, like all of these other locations, and a lot of them are like connected to manufacturers for some reason. X-Core quests, all sort of things. So yeah, you have options. I'm not gonna go through all of that. Then, as you collect a quest, you're gonna get objectives that are required, are the initiatives required to complete a quest. Quests can have several objectives, each with multiple steps. If an NPC commissions the Vault Hunters to eliminate the Bone Lord, the main objective would be to defeat the Bone Lord. But the players may need to visit more than one location or complete a few tasks to accomplish their goal. When making objectives, be careful to not be too specific or too prescriptive in what you're asking of the players. Much of the fun in role-playing comes from watching your players solve the problems in ways you didn't expect. So instead of murder the Bone Lord, maybe your objective is stop the Bone Lord from harassing Flame Rock Refuge. Yeah, there's a 99% chance your players will just murder the Bone Lord anyway, because, well, RPG players are psychopaths. But there's always that one player in your party who wants to seduce or marry the Bone Lord instead. And they should totally be able to do that. Just think of the Bone Lord. Just think of the bone puns, for God's sake. Yeah, no. I kind of vaguely, weirdly refuse, but it's always gonna be happening. To be fair, yeah, it's definitely the advice of give them the puzzle, just don't necessarily tell them the steps or the solution. Or in some scenarios, even in some scenarios, especially like puzzle solving scenarios, you can even be like, here's the problem. Even I don't have the solution. Like, maybe, because it's also like fun. I've seen like that kind of like advice of, oh, you want to here's like a really fun thing, just throw a puzzle or like a weird problem that even you as a dungeon master or like a game master, you do not know the solution for it or what would be a solution for it, and just vibe it out and see the players trying to figure out solutions, and just have them stop at the one that you feel like you're satisfied with, and that's it. You can also be like totally, completely vibes at that point, because you're there. You're basically the one that offers the prompt. That's the key thing. As a game master, you're there offering a prompt, and then you let the players go with the prompt. And then at some point, you as the prompt master decide if the prompt has gone through or if you still need a bit more time into the oven. If not, you know, just be like, yeah, prompt has been fulfilled. You don't need to do anything more. Let's go to the next prompt, and so on and so forth. That's at a very distilled way. That's kind of what, to some extent, what tabletop sessions can be, if you were to like really distill it. Then you have quest levels and rewards. All quests require a quest level. This drives the difficulty of the encounters and the degree of rewards should the players succeed. For balance, you can average all players' levels to determine the quest level, but no one is going to know the skill level or constitution of your group better than you, so adjust the quest levels as you see fit. For groups with more than 4 Wall Hunters, the Bunker Master may wish to reduce XP rewards from quests to make sure the party progresses at a steady pace. You know, you don't have to see the group like steamroll the entire session, entire scenarios. And you have here like some ideas like what exactly would be the goal reward, what exactly would be the XP reward, and the amount of encounters. PR per Wall Hunter. Oh, badass rank per Wall Hunter. So like what badass rank you'd expect per Wall Hunter. And you have like some general suggestions. At the very least, from what I see, the XP and gold amount scales almost on an equal value up until like level 20. From there, it kind of gets a bit more uneven with higher gold values than higher XP values. But overall, kind of like the same. The badass rank is something more pertaining to the badass moves. But yeah, once you figure out the quest, you know, the quest will most likely send for locations. So locations require environments. When fantasizing about the world of Pandora, and really just a mental escape from the drudgeries of life, I often look out the window of my cubicle here at Atlas at the bleak yet varied landscape of Pandora, and imagine them with vast castle and keeps, surrounded by dark, uninviting forests and swamps. But that's just me. Your fantasy can be whatever you want it to be. The important thing is to make sure whatever environment or areas you led your players through are well crafted and populated with enough NPCs, enemies and items keep them entertained and having fun. Landscapes ideas: caustic lakes, a puddle of acidic waste, hazardous to Wall Hunters, but home to horrifying corrosive spitting baddies. Lava volcano. Nothing says like climactic showdown. Like a volcano with a winding path up its circumference, the lip of the volcano is a perfect place to put your end boss, especially if you make him fall into the lava afterwards and enter his second phase of a gargantuan magma golem. Why not? Salt flats. Flat. Salty. Good for vehicle chases and sudden attacks from thirsty bandits. Thirsty as in parch, not as in, hey, you up? Or why not both? Hey, being out there in the desertous flats with no sort of companionship around, some people might be willing to be done with anything. At that point, never know. Pleasant Meadow, where wild butt stallions graze, a majestic windswept plain full of flowers, tall grass, and singing birds. You should probably only bring players here if your villain is about to burn the entire place to the ground. Also, kind of weird. Why is like butt stallions a concept here, written by an Atlas employee, considering that the Atlas employee would not know of butt stallion because Atlas as a company was, when this book would have been written, would be probably around the time of Borderlands 1, at the very least. Around the time of the events of Borderlands 1, and Jack became CEO of Hyperion after the events of Borderlands 1, when Atlas got bankrupt, and he basically took assets of a lot of like high-tech technologies and become vastly rich. and during Borderlands 2, he bought the diamond pony known as Bot Stallion. So, is like Bot Stallion an actual like species of like diamond ponies? Technically, I mean, technically, it is mentioned as being like a real pony to some extent within the Borderlands. Like, it actually exists to some degree. So I have no idea, like, if that's it. Maybe it's kind of like it is Borderlands. I don't know why I'm trying to logic it out. The whole fact that, you know, there's a sentient diamond ponies species within the Borderlands franchise, considering that is one instance to be true. Although technically we've never seen it in the flesh in a context where it happened during real life or during like actual Pandora. We've only seen it within the fantasy portrayal and the fantasy mind of Bunkers and Badasses and the Wonderlands. So we don't really know if Bot Stallion is actually as it is shown in the game. It would be kind of a funny twist to kind of show it as some sort of like horrifying crystalline creature, because technically there are like other crystalline creatures even in Pandora, but they don't necessarily look as nice and friendly. Anyways, me just going on up over. Yeah, wind shear shelf, cold, windy, full of bandits wearing puffy coats. The environment is as much of an enemy as the monsters. Or boneyard, dead stuff. Almost dead stuff. Stuff that used to be dead but isn't. Just don't get bitten. Easy peasy. Then, you know, you can also have like unique locations. Skag-drawn carriage stations. Pandora's wealthier travelers prefer to travel within the protection of armored carriages, which are gun-pulled by a stable of B2 skags. Tea and Crumpet House, if you hungry or hangry or want to fight or want to flirt or want to eat a good food, then defo go to a Tea and Crumpet House. Get full of crumpets, then get full of punches. It gets rowdy at the Crumpet House, so grab one. Dr. Ted's Apothecary, because, you know, you have Dr. Zed, you have Dr. Ned, and also Dr. Ted. Despite the fact that he never successfully graduated from Pandora's College of Clerics, Dr. Ted provides his customers with shields, heals, and if you want to ask him about his backstory, he ills. Claptrap's Clapo Trap House. It's a dance club run by a claptrap unit. Do not ever set a scene there. Yeah, it's gonna be going. It's probably mostly dubstep, isn't it? Pretty much Decaying Ruin. Pretty much every fantasy setting has a bunch of decaying ruins everywhere. For a good reason. They're really useful, narratively speaking. Want to explain where a great item came from? Maybe just it was made by the lost civilization that lived in these ruins. Want to set up a bad guy? Hundreds of years ago, this kingdom was great until the baddie came through and it all ruins. Or landship. Someone was very, very bad at parking. Ouch. But yeah, after locations, you also have the second important thing of equal measure, NPCs. The world of Bunkers and Badasses is filled with unique characters from all around Pandora and beyond. These characters, controlled by the Bunker Master, are referred as non-player characters or NPCs. NPCs can literally be anything you can imagine. A talking fern that wants to cover the world in his spores. Sure, a friendly dragon who just wants to cuddle but stops himself from crushing his cuddle buddies in his sleep. Go for it! It is nearly impossible to understate the importance of NPCs to your campaign. NPCs aren't just a way for you to directly interact with your players. They're also walking buckets of story possibilities in and of themselves. Do your players fall in love with a particular NPC you've created? Great! Now put that NPC in danger and watch your players fall over themselves to protect them. Alternatively, do your players really despise and do your players really despise a particular NPC that you want them to like? Feel free to pivot and make that character a villain. When creating NPCs, you may be tempted to come up with pages and pages of backstories for them. You don't need to do this. Your NPC just needs some A, quirks, which the table on the next page will provide. B, a desire. Ideally one that involves the player's characters in some way. And C, a goofy voice. C is non-negotiable. If your NPC doesn't have a weird voice, you're not playing a tabletop role-playing game. You always have to have that weird little guy that everybody loves, but just because he has like a silly voice and he just there exists. If you're suffering from a creative block and want some help, feel free to roll up a random NPC using the table below. We have here like NPC quirk and NPC trait. You use few words. A fucking mohawk. You can make Mr. T, I guess, if you want. Has bizarre but not racist accent. I do love the very obvious, but it's not racist. It's just an accent. Doesn't really care about the players. Just want to go back to their hobbies. Just has a bit of thatism. It's NPC trait. It's your dad. Ouch. No ears, drunk, impressively flirty, informed enemy, constantly shouting, echo cast influencer. They're a stupid. Vital player characters and all sorts of other things. But yeah, now that you have NPCs, now that you have environments, now that you have a quest, usually combine all of these together and you form encounters. Which are the B in the Vol Hunting BLT. L is loot and T is friendship? Yes, the classic BLT, the friendship. Encounters occur when characters and enemies meet and decide to resolve their differences. Combat. I would say that encounters can be more than combat, but that's it. An encounter plays out with a Vault Hunter and enemies' actions until one or both sides are defeated. Really sure destruction, yes. They just nuke each other into fucking oblivion and hold that to win. For both? Neither? For the Bunker Master? Something of the sorts. Yeah, combat areas. You should begin with every encounter with a detailed description of the setting and layout of the combat area. What are the Vault Hunter's positions in relation to the enemies? What obstacles or objects are found in the space? Does the area have any special mechanics like lava fissures that shoot up or shrinking walls? A good rule to follow is that each encounter should give the players opportunities for clever play and teamwork. Encounters fought on multi-level terrain immediately sets the player up to proceed in different ways. Sniper may hang back and pick them off, or climb to high ground to force the enemies towards the damage dealer. The strategic placements of interactable objects also enhances the counters in the areas. Again, as something that I've said it multiple times, take a good example of video games. Video games can give you a ton of inspiration on how to set up combat scenarios and combat encounters in ways where, you can add a bit of interactivity. So it's not just a flat plane with a few covers here and there and all you do is just roll the dice until one side falls over. Like, add a bit of spice, add like damaging area, add places for the players to interact, and maybe focus on positioning and many other things. Or maybe some of the encounters and some ways to defeat the baddies require some sort of interaction with the environment in order to put the enemy into like vulnerable states. Baldur's Gate 3, again, play that game if you want inspiration for how to run especially boss encounters. It's a really good it's a good game to get some ideas from. And it's based around like, D&D, so it's definitely going to be thought around onto the concept of how exactly it would work in D&D, being also turn-based combat. Yeah. So, as example of interactive objects, you have barrels. Empty barrels can offer limited cover in combat. They can also hold a variety of elements like corrosive, shock, incendiary, cryo, or explosive that can be blasted or hurled to inflict damage. If a barrel is thrown, it smashes on contact with the ground or an enemy's head. Breaking a barrel requires some amount of force decided on by you, either by hitting it, which seems ill-advised, or by shooting it. The forces of the break cause 3d6 splash damage of the elemental type plus the elemental's effect, which is later seen in page 81, to all adjacent squares and creatures and puddles, and creates a puddle of the element, the barrel square. I would probably even say the entire splash area, just because one square it's kind of eh. Any target that enters the square with the element puddle takes 1d6 damage of the elemental type plus the element's effect. As a bunker master, you can determine how long any given element lasts on the square. Is it the length of an encounter, or is it the landscape on the landscape forever altered? It's up to you to decide. Any of the objects can provide cover onto the battlefield, including rocks, bushes, tombstones, overturned tables, a heap pile of skeletal remains. There are two types of cover: partial and full cover. And yeah, partial cover covers gets a -3 on range attack rolls against the target. Players or enemies in partial cover get a +3 to sneak checks outside of an encounter. A target attacking from partial cover gets -3 on range attacks. Attacking a target in partial cover gives a -3 attack rolls. So, full cover, those in full cover get -8 on range attacks roll against the targets. Players or enemies in full cover get a +8 bonus sneak checks outside of encounters. A target attacking from full cover gets a -8 on range attacks. A target attacking a target in full cover gives a -8 to the attack roll. I'm not sure exactly why then this is I don't know, like the weird thing is I see like mentioned it twice. I don't know why, because from what I read here it's universally applied from both sides, so both the person in cover and the person that attacks the one in cover gets the penalty. And you know, so that's a bit weird. I don't know, like, because yeah, attacking for someone that is in full cover is -8 on any sort of attack rolls, while range attacks, while here those in full cover get a -range. Range attacks is it's a bit weird. Anyways, anything that can become a weapon in the heat of battle, from planks to splintered wood to wall scones of massively heavy books of Pandoran spider ant recipes. When populating a combat area with objects, make sure to note mechanics the objects will utilize, like elemental damage, cover, or defense if applicable. Yeah, this one is a bit weirdly written. I don't know why it's like weirdly worded. Like, I don't know why like you get this mentioned twice. I feel like it's weirdly repetitive. And to me, it offers like a bit of confusion, like why exactly you are receiving, like in full cover I can understand, but like why are you receiving a penalty for attacking for doing a range attack in partial cover, you yourself? Like that's I'm guessing it's probably out of balance reason, because technically it's just a thing of perspective, because yes, you are in cover, but technically you're also attacking from cover, which would technically cover them, your point of view. The thing that I mentioned before with the battles, technically I would probably, me personally, when it comes to like area of effect, when it comes to the puddle that remains on the ground, I would probably say it maybe depends on the type of elemental. I would say, like, I would see acid and fire being not only on the square but also on the adjacent squares, because it's a bit more glowy, liquidy, something like that. I could see the shock barrel being just one square, because maybe the shock charge is just left on some of the remnants of the barrel. I don't necessarily see, unless it's in some unless it's surrounded by liquid, I wouldn't see it how it would extend the range. So that's definitely something. So yeah, surely it's gonna be interesting to say the least. But anyhow, now that we've talked about general encounters, aside from the aspects of environment, you also have enemies. Every good story needs to provide some obstacle for its heroes. Enemies are the walking, talking, fake stabbing obstacles of bunkers and badasses. They exist to challenge your players and force them to adapt. They exist to beat your players down so they can pick themselves back up. So don't be afraid to make these enemies as rude and unforgiving as possible. It'll make your players feel that much better when they end up vanquishing them. And here we kind of get like a quick rundown example of how any card is designed. You have the badass rank, you have the how much movement they can do in a turn, how much health they have, what if they have a shield or not, and how much, I'm guessing. The type of trait, which I'm guessing it's kind of, you know, body type or anything like that. And being flesh, that means that that's a keyword important for elemental type of damage. What kind of weapons do they have? Throwing knives special. There is only one bandit left, or no other enemies. The bandits will attempt to flee back to their safe house, hut, or trash bin. On the turn they attempt to flee, they gain extra movement. Yeah, as action they have a knife throw, 2d4 damage per knife, throws 2 knives. Then you also have take cover, attempt to find cover behind an adjacent structure to stop the being wounded. Okay. And blind fire as a mayhem action. If a bandit is in cover, they throw blindly twice, reducing their attack roll by 2, dealing 2d4 plus 1 for damage if they hit. And or also they have lob. If a bandit is in cover, they will toss a grenade at a target, dealing 1d8 plus 3 damage to adjacent targets. Yeah, it's a 1d8 to the one that target anyone adjacent to that square. So yeah, the anatomy, yeah, you have the name, which is on top, the enemy type, which here is, as an example, is cultist. Badass rank, which each enemy will have a badass rank to determine the battle order. This will also loot pile, how much they can move, yeah, the HP, which we've mentioned. Some enemies have shields, some have armor. They work exactly as both the before health is impacted. The only difference is that shields are susceptible to shocks, while armor is to corrosive. Also, enemy shields do not recharge. I would personally change that. This indicates the weapon an enemy is using. When it comes to weapon, traits such as flesh or armored, it indicates which element they are most susceptible of. If an enemy is large, that will be listed here as well, which means that they take, you know, 2x2 square space. Special rules, any extra information and modifiers, and traits that will be listed here. Actions, each turn enemy takes 1 action chosen by the bunker master. These will mostly be attacking, moving closer, or taking cover. Mayhem actions, all will get a chance to perform their mayhem actions. These are beefier actions. They may only be triggered if certain conditions are met, which is usually the mayhem points. But yeah, that's kind of like a quick rundown of the general enemy stat. There are like a few more bigger, like more custom things of like bigger enemies, which I'm gonna talk about in a few minutes, because I'm gonna take a quick break right now because an ad break is about to pop up, and once the ad is over I'll return and talk about it. So yeah, I'll see you in a few minutes. Okay, there we go, the ad is over, so we can continue talking about enemies. We cover like a general like baseline like rundown of what a usual enemy card would be, but there's more than just usual enemies. There's also like special rules. If an enemy has special rules, anytime a Vault Hunter experiences their special rule, they should be given a chance to discover the changes. The Bunker Master will have the Vault Hunter make an Insight 9 check if successful. The Bunker Master will describe what appears to be happening with the special rule. Example, if a Vault Hunter melee attacks Brittle Bones and succeeds their Insight check, the Bunker Master will describe how the blow seems to be cracking the glowing blue bones of the creature as they reel back from the hit. You know, kind of giving a hint that either the action that they're doing it's having some special effect or not. Maybe they're resistant to something, they're vulnerable, special scenarios, or some other things of the sort. Then spawning enemies. Each encounter that Vault Hunters face is created and balanced around the quest they take. If an encounter has a spawn table, the Bunker Master will use it to spawn enemies into the area based on the quest level. For example, here as an example, spawn 7 badass rank per Vault Hunter. So you have as a number, you have a immortal skeleton, which is at maximum can be 1. You also have skeleton archers or skeletons. So you then can do like the math. So for example, you have like 4 Vault Hunters. That means that you could immediately remove 7 by having this the skeleton one. Then you have to have something equivalent to like to 21. You could have like 5 skeletons and it's almost there. You can have like either 5 skeletons or not 5, like 4 skeletons, 5 archers, maybe a mix of the two, something of the sorts. If there are 3 Vault Hunters in your party, the Bunker Master would spawn a total 21 badass rank worth of enemies into the environment, 7 per Vault Hunter. In some cases, the enemies list will have guidelines, like the max 1 of the immortal skeleton. For example, 2 skeletons, 1 skeleton archer, and 1 immortal skeletor equals to 21 badass rank. You do the math. 2 skeleton, that's 10, 17. With 1 skeleton archer, that's 21. If the Bunker Master finds that they cannot spawn enemies that add up evenly to the badass rank total, they can choose to either end under the total, is their encounter, or go over the total, which would be a harder encounter. So it's just a baseline. You can just adjust it if you want. It's not necessarily a hard rule or something that you have to actually map it out to perfection. So aside from normal enemies, you have something also which is quite akin to Borderlands, which is the badass enemies. Like normal enemies, except faster, stronger, and more full of murder. All enemy types have a badasses. So when spawning enemies, you can always choose a badass of the enemy type by calculating double the badass rank. For example, a badass skeleton would have a badass rank of 6 instead of the normal skeleton badass rank of 3. Badass enemies also have double health and armor and only take mayhem actions. Additionally, they get a modifier from the table below, rolled at random or chosen by the Bunker Master. You have things like tough, which is 10 damage for each attack. Takes a maximum of 10 damage from each attack, so you have like a capstone damage. Fire deals and is immune to incendiary, similar to other elementals. Raging, it deals double damage. Feral, it gains an extra movement each turn. Rad, it deals and it's immune to radiation damage, so it's even radiation is mentioned here. Well, yeah, Borderlands 3 got Bunkers and Badasses got released after Borderlands 3, so radiation and the frozen elemental were a thing, so that makes sense. Chubby, triple health and armor, always drops a legendary item. That's I mean, I guess, yeah, Chubbies could be considered like some sort of like some sort of badass level enemy, because they're a bit chunkier. They're not necessarily stronger in Mario, definitely chunkier. Then, aside from badasses, you have something greater than that, which is the bosses. Great heroes require great villains. Bosses are created to challenge and foil the players. Be they end boss or mini boss, they could be around for a second session or as the main antagonist of your entire campaign. Whether they are meant to sustain multiple hours or just be an interesting bit of cannon fodder for the afternoon, make sure to craft your bosses such that they are dripping with personality. A memorable villain can save a campaign from otherwise mundane story. I'm not implying your story is mundane. I would never. Yeah, like two twins who definitely care about the player characters and definitely are antagonists, sure. You can create a boss whom your players really want to shoot in the face. That's kind of all you need to test it. Here's our guidance for creating a boss. Each boss should have quirks that give them character, personality, and helps them drive their interaction with the players. Come up with your own unique and bizarre quirks or generate them using the chart above. Yeah, it is above, right? Yeah, above that we've just looked. Appearance. Having a well thought out and original boss helps your players visualize the enemy, aids them in the fantasy of blasting them into tiny boss chunks. You know that the monster doodle you drew on the back of the Western Civ textbook your sophomore year? Now is your chance to show it off. See, Mom, I wasn't wasting my time. Then, goals. Everyone is a hero of their own story, including boss enemies. As such, they will be attempting to achieve a secret goal that accomplishes their own missions. These are behind-the-scenes events that you can implement by spending Mayhem points. Maybe the boss destroys a weapon depot along the War Hunter's path, eliminating their opportunity to trade up their guns. Or maybe go to a neutral town, smooth the citizens, become mayor, and permaban the War Hunters from ever entering. The War Hunters should be affected by the goals of the bosses, either directly or indirectly. It is on you to create a list of goals that the boss for the boss and rank each of them on how difficult that goal will be to complete by assigning it a mayhem cost. Boss encounters. Eventually, your boss players and your boss are going to face off. So your players and your boss are. So how does your boss fare in combat? You have boss actions. Each boss should have their own stat block, same as regular enemy does. The boss takes actions as normal, but their actions should be powerful. Think of it as the boss actions are always mayhem actions. Good boss will have a few tricks up their sleeve, but should follow a pattern that the players can pick up on. Making bosses that are a bit predictable gives the player a sense of progress, even when they are getting the crap kicked out of them. And creating a boss actions, make sure they won't single out any particular War Hunter. The boss wants to take them all at all the players and should be attacking them almost equally. If a player is advancing on a boss faster than you wish, send in some minions to pull their focus. Of course, the targeting thing can be something more akin to, I would say that if they're willing to do a killing blow, you can do occasionally the whole thing of, if it is well known that one of the player characters is definitely more of the support type, that, you know, and if it's been widely understood and widely known, like there is some diegetic or immersive way of for the boss to have that information, then you could nudge towards it, but you don't have to abuse that. Definitely do not hyper focus the support player every time. Maybe the boss could be one of those rare obsessions where you can do it. I'm not saying that, again, the book here says that you shouldn't necessarily do it, but you could at the very least put a bit of pressure to some, or at the very least when it gets to the point where that support character reaches a weakened state, the boss could then, you know, shift their attention to have take advantage of that and maybe take the final blow. If, for example, you put it up in here where, you know, you also add a few minions to shift off their focus. For example, minions, which, you know, talking about it, each boss should have a few minions around to help distract the players. These can be enemy types that the players have fought before in this campaign, or new threats the player must deal with. Maybe as your aquatic boss is taking damage, their fins are getting shot off, they become sentient and attack the player by rushing at them and flapping at their faces. Why did you create a boss with so many fins? And the goal of the minion is to add pressure to the players while also giving them targets to easier kills to activate their skills or abilities. They could come in waves at specific intervals of the fight, or could be triggered by certain events, like a boss entering or exiting defense mode, or when they take certain amount of damage. Action should be quick and simple, so the boss remain focused counter. Yeah, the minions should definitely be a bit more fodder, like more kind of like things that the players can quickly get rid of. Think of it like in Doom, where a lot of like the boss encounters where you still have or like the high difficulty encounters, you still have those fodder enemies, which are there to be like your resource bags to quickly get yourself some health up, or to kind of keep yourself a bit up into the fight, that sort of thing. Then after you defeat the boss, you have boss drops. Certain bosses can drop specific items in addition to the normal loot pile generation rule. Kind of like in a game, you can have dedicated drops for a boss, if that's something particular to you. And then defense. Bosses will not just stand there and take damage like normal enemies in an encounter. Each boss should have a defense or immortal mode, where they take no damage or greatly reduce damage until a specific trigger occurs. That trigger could be that at the end of each turn when the players interact with something, or if they shoot a weak point of the boss, very gamey things. These modes could be default. These modes could be the default mode for the boss. Perhaps they take reduced damage for 2 turns, then their spell breaks, and then they have to spend the next turn recharging it. If a boss has a defense mode, they should also have a mode where they take extra damage. Making a boss, the player should be able to learn about their weaknesses or defenses during the adventure, either through NPCs or maybe even hints from the boss themselves. Allow players opportunities to learn more about their boss and reward them for the knowledge in combat. Maybe they learn the crit spot, or maybe they learn how to limit defense mode. Yeah, again, make it a bit gamey, add a bit of that element. It makes it definitely more engaging, more interactive. It's not just you. It's not gonna, so it doesn't feel the same. So it doesn't just feel like a spongier, bigger enemy, and that's kind of it. Like, add a bit of interactivity, add a bit of challenge, add a bit of like moments where the players have to think, have to strategize, have to take into account their environment and their positioning, and and basically utilize as much of their arsenal they have available as possible. So then, the more things they use, the more memorable the encounter becomes, and the more significant it feels, and the more it will feel like an actual boss fight. Now that we talked about all the elements and pieces when it comes to encounters, let's get into the general combat. And this is the time to tangle. Also, hi there, Joe. How you doing? Let me quickly do a quick shout out bud before I continue. Oh, playing some Shilling. Hope you have some fun with that. I was working on stuff, but I'm working on stuff, but have a good stream. No worries. Good luck with whatever you have to do. I do. But yeah, moisture thing. I will hydrate. We'll do that, and also grab some being second. I'm also thinking of maybe doing like one of those like check-in redeems thingies for like people, because I know that there's been like all this kind of like big talk about because of the bot crackdown, and some people even discuss that there's been like a viewership drop because Twitch has made like some changes in how lurkers are counted or something like that. But there's no evidence, statistically speaking, that kind of holds true to that. Like, yeah, the view bot crackdown, definitely, but that's something that most likely has been felt by those who actually used view bots, and in most scenarios are people who are streamers who they themselves might have view botted their streams to make themselves look bigger and to kind of get themselves more notified than the other side, where it would just be day-to-day streamers unknowingly being view botted, because at the end of the day, view botting, it's a benefit. Although, I've been told that there could be the weird scenario where maybe a viewer or a fan decided to view bot a favorite streamer of theirs because they think it helped them, which, without the knowledge or consent or the approval of the streamer, which I'm like, bruh, no, don't do that. Like, for like a few reasons. One, if you're willing to put money down to support a streamer and help them grow, at that point, just donate the money to them, like either through integrated ways that Twitch offers them, or in most scenarios, the streamer might have like a donation link where, most of your contribution can go towards them, and just do that. Because at the end of the day, if you want to view bot them for support, that's diminishing returns, and equally it tarnishes the reputation of your streamer, because you know it's all of a sudden the streamer is gonna look disingenuous, even though they had no knowledge about it and no involvement or consent about this action. But there's definitely gonna be those viewers who are not gonna necessarily either fully believe or fully take into account the, oh yeah, I just didn't know, I was viewbotted but I had no consent or clue about it. Some people are not gonna believe that, even if it may be true, which is hurtful for the streamer. So yeah, just don't do that if you're doing it for like the good of the people, the good of the streamer. But yeah, the viewbotting drop and all that, I'm pretty sure like it's in most situations affected by the former that I mentioned than the latter, but you know, it's probably a few of the latter as well, which I'm kind of sorry if you had people in your community that did that. I'm saying it right now out here. If you do that kind of shit around here, nah, I'm no longer approving it, and I'm gonna look on you. I'm gonna look down on you from that point on if you do that kind of shit here with me, because I do not appreciate that kind of stuff. So yeah, but anyways, weird rant, weird tangent. But yeah, I should probably do like one of those checks. Some people mentioned that maybe interactivity to some small extent will then count. But again, there's no like clear statistics that with the whole claim that lurkers are no longer counted properly or some shit like that. I have no idea. It's really hard to quantify that, by the way, if you think about it, because how do you define a lurker? At what point somebody is a lurker or not? Because is someone who's been on the stream and has not interacted at all from start to finish, or is it somebody, you know, who's interacted for a part of the stream but then has been AFK for a good chunk? And where is the ratio at that point when it's considered a lurker and it's no longer considered? Like, it's really hard data to kind of like look at, and how exactly you would consider that somebody a lurker or not, and if they are counted or not. But yeah, it's a weird thing. Anyways, streamer stuff. I don't know, yeah, weird moment when I got into that rant, because during the breaks on occasion I just jumped into that conversation because I saw some people mentioning that, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know, it's weird. Don't think there's like something clear about that sort of thing point for people to kind of really feel worried about it. And I'm honestly gonna say it from my perspective. I don't know, from September onwards, my viewership has been better than it was for the entire summer. I've had god-awful metrics in during the entire summer, which a lot of people quantify it as being the best time for, you know, good metrics. I had god-awful metrics. I had better metrics in spring, where I had like almost 2 months where I barely streamed because of PC issues. So even when I was not consistently streaming, I still had better overall metrics than I had an entire summer where I streamed consistently, which kind of demoralized me for a second there, for a hot second, to the point where I did take like a week break, because I was like, no, just let me take a quick breather, because nah, this is weird. I'm just getting frustrated at this point. And you know, when I came back in September, like, things were like a lot better, and a lot of people started complaining starting from like September onwards that things have lowered, or some people like, hey, expect for lower viewership, because you know, people are now back into like do their studies and school and all that kind of thing, or all other stuff like that. I'm like, no, for some reason in my case it's better than before. I don't know why. I guess I don't know, my community is more active during the summer and not really willing to watch streams. I have no idea. Anyways, weird things happen, which is, you know, goes to the example that content creation at times, it's full of wild cards that you have no knowledge of, or have no control of, or have no idea why exactly they happen like the way they do. Like, literally, I have no explanation for what I've just said about my varied viewership when I was like really consistent. I have no explanation for it. I was actively more engaged and doing more things at the time when I was like consistent than during a time when I was barely active, barely streamed, and somehow I had worse viewership than when I was doing less, which is really weird. Yeah, sometimes it's just wild things that you cannot quantify, cannot have control of, and you should not necessarily feel down for that kind of stuff. But anyways, talking about combat. So You drop your players into a big pit of quicksand, and the tree branch they reach 4 turns out belong to an angry tree ant. So the encounter is set. Drama is imminent, but what can the players actually do? Well, since the game exists entirely in their imagination, pretty much anything. But we still need some basic rules to rein in their imagination to provide structure. With that in mind, there is some of what players can do on their turn. Set up effects. All effects that happen at the beginning of a turn or at the start of an encounter will resolve first. They may include attack actions from one side getting the drop on the other, or a taunt from a baddie prior to any other taking any other action. Anything of that sort. And then initiative. Have the players roll for initiative and compare it to the badass rank of the enemies. To create an initiative order, players will roll a 1d20 and add their speed modifier and badass rank to the roll, and that initiative. All enemies act at the same time. The enemy with the highest badass rank determines the initiative of all enemies. Players with equal or higher badass rank than the enemy will act during the battle. Then, will act during the before enemy's step. Conversely, players with a lower badass rank than the enemies will act after enemy's step. So, before enemies. Players acting before enemies can determine play order amongst themselves, giving them greater options in combat teamwork. The player's turns, they will narrate what their character is doing. Commando is going up to run up the orc bushwhacker and fire his pistol at them. He's then going to drink a shield potion while running towards his allies in the fight. While narrating, players incorporate the actions they wish to perform. Turn. Actions that generate a mayhem point. Oh no, so these are the actions that can be done. These are the actions that generate a mayhem point. So move, if you do an extra movement, that's a mayhem point. Attack, if you do an extra attack, it's a mayhem point. Action skill, if you swap guns, is a mayhem point. Throw, attempt to check, it's a mayhem point. Drink potions, if you hand over an item, is a mayhem point. And you also have reload. During Wall Hunter's turn, they can do any and all of the following once in any order. So they can move once per turn. They move a number of squares equal to their movement, which is 3 squares plus their speed modifier. They can attack. They can either make a melee or range attack against target within the specified range. They can activate an action skill. Instead of attacking on a turn, a player may activate their character's action skill. A player may not use extra attack on the same turn. They activate the action skill, so you have to kind of commit to this. You can throw an item or a grenade. You can drink a potion. Both hunters can optionally do any or all of the following for the price of generating a mayhem point that goes to the bunker master. They can do extra movement, which is the same amount of squares for the player's movement. They can do an extra attack. They can swap guns. They can attempt a check. Failing the attempt will result in gaining 2 mayhem points instead of 1. They can hand off an item to an adjacent player, or they can reload. A reload occurs when a player attempts a range attack and rolls a 1. Their accuracy roll. A player may also choose to skip their attack and reload for the benefit from things like archetype feats. All actions can be performed in the order of the player's choice, but a War Hunter may not make a regular attack and then activate their action skill during the same turn. Yeah, the action skill should definitely be determined beforehand. A player may also hold actions instead of taking normal actions on their turn. If a player is choosing to hold actions, they are waiting to act until a specific requirement is met, and they take their entire turn at that time. They cannot take some actions in their normal initiative, and then all the rest of their action. This could be waiting until another party member takes their turn to set up a badass teamwork move, or until an enemy moves close to that cliff so they can shove them off it. If a player is holding actions until a specific event, that event never occurs, they take their turn last during the after enemy step. So at the least, they do not full turn doing nothing, aka being a wuss, not just playing you do you. Fair enough. I appreciate the comment, Tina. Anyways, then you have the enemy actions. All enemies will take actions in this phase, starting with the highest badass rank to the lowest. A good first turn move for enemies is their topmost action. They can move to get into range if they aren't already, or they can attempt another action. You spend the Mayhem point on enemy Mayhem actions. The enemies will use their Mayhem action instead of a normal action this turn. You can decide to have enemies take both their action during a turn, as long as one is an attack and one is not. The all things you can do with Mayhem in and out of combat. The see Mayhem page above mentioned. When enemies take actions, you roll a 1d20 and subtract the speed modifier of their target to see how well their attack resolves. So it's basically kind of a dodge. So the higher the speed, the lower the chance the player gets hit. So on a 1, the attack fails for fun. Describe how and why the enemy wasn't successful, make it embarrassing. On a 2 and a 7, the attack deals normal damage. On 8 and 15, the attack deals damage plus 2. On a 16 and 19, the attack deals normal damage plus another 4. And on a 20, the attack is a critical success and deals double damage and 1 mayhem gained. Then you have after enemies, like before, enemy actions. Players can determine play order amongst the players that didn't have an action before. And then you have the end of the turn. Any effects or bonuses that only last the duration of a turn would end now. If a player hasn't taken shield or health damage, they gain shield recharge equal to the recharge rate of the equipped shield up to the value of the max shields. The player hasn't taken health damage, they gain health regen. Health regenerates equal to their health regen value up to their max. Just to be very clear though, health regen is not necessarily by default something available. It's probably something that you either gain through items or as some sort of trait or feature. Also, hi there, Nightfall. Sure thing, I will hydrate. Well, fuck, I'm out of drink. Yep, I'm out of drinks, so I guess I'll do a double hydrate once I think once we're gonna be on an ad break and all that. But I'm doing alright, doing well. Just checking out the Bunkers and Badasses things, talking about like doing game mastery things. Also doing well, because I already did a few hydrates beforehand. Yes, did not have enough. Oh, Limbus Company, hope you have fun with that. I've heard a lot, and I know there's like a big community around like Limbus Company and games within that, I would say, universe, because I think there's like another game within the same universe of Limbus Company or something like that. I've heard like there's like a big community about it. I'm not too knowledgeable about the game, but it looked interesting. I might check it out at some point. I'm not too, but I have no idea what the hell it's the deal with them. I just know there's like a significant community for that game. Yeah, and then after the end of the turn, after several amounts of turns, there's also at some point there's gonna be an end of the encounter. Once the encounter is over, the Bunker Master will tally up the XP gained from each defeated. XP is equal to 10 times the total badass rank of all enemies defeated. For example, if a party defeats a group of 5 bandits, each with a badass rank, I'm about to say a bunker rank, but it's a badass rank of 3, each member gains Each member party would gain 100 XP. Each Warhunter gains XP for all enemies slain in the encounter. Enemies defeated generate loot piles in the square they are slain in. The amount of loot piles dropped is based off enemies' badass rank. So yeah, once the encounter is over, it's all about collecting that sweet loot and what else you have there. But yeah, now that we've covered generals of what one encounter, we are also now going into the badass moves for bunker masters. Badass moves are ways for players to stretch their very thin threads of reality that hold Pandora together. It is also a way for them to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Nothing should be out of the bounds of a badass move. Impossible, incomprehensible, and even incorrigible actions should not only be encouraged, but celebrated. Now, difficulty. When determining the difficulty of a badass move, there are several things to take into account. What is the surrounding environment? How many additional enemies stand in the way? Are there any other obstacles? How many actions are required and how achievable are they? How close to bring to death are the Vol Hunters? And do you want to give them... you want to give them a chance to pull off a heroic victory? When calculating difficulty, factoring the initiating player's movement attempts, and then add any assisting player's move, a +6 difficulty per player is a good jumping off point, but should scale based on Vol Hunter levels and just how bonkers their assist moves are. You can consider all of the aforementioned suggestions, consult our charts of suggested difficulty modifiers, and do the math calculations to determine a fair and balanced badass move difficulty. Or you could say, screw it, you're all supercharged on alien power-ups and difficulty is 5 because you really want to see how it plays out. It's all up to you. So, for successful badass moves, you get 4 badass tokens to the player, and 2 badass tokens for each assisting one. Unsuccessful badass moves is 2 badass tokens to the initiating player, 1 for each assisting player, and 1 mayhem point for the bunker master. So, base difficulty. From 1 to 6 it's free, from 7 to 12 is 5, from 13 to 18 is 8, from 19 to 24 is 12, and from 25 to 30 is 15. And then you have different factors, like 1 or 2 actions is 5 difficulty, 3 to 4 is 10, 5 or more is 15. For each enemy, it's 3 additional difficulty. For each enemy adjacent is 3 additional difficulty, but from 3 enemies adjacent it actually gets to 10 instead of 9. For difficult terrains, it adds another 5. Checks. You have 3 difficulty for 1 check, 5 for 2 checks, 8 for 3 checks. But attitude, don't even let them try it. I mean, pretty neat. -3 difficulty. Inhuman feat of beautiful murder, -5 difficulty. So, you know, if they describe something really cool, you can lower it down if you want. And then if you have assisting players, just add an additional 6. And there you go. Then you have badass increases. You decide when the players have done something badass enough to increase their rank. This could be beating a tough boss, gaining a reputation as heroes across Pandora, leveling up after a long session, or perform a badass move with such badassitude that they are kinda legally obligated to increase your group's badass rank as a result. There's no limit of how high a badass rank can go, but as a general rule, badass should be around half of a Vol Hunter's level, or they will become super OP and get huge heads and become insufferable. So don't feed the ego too much, just enough. Badass moves results equal or greater than the difficulty the players receive 4 badass tokens. Any assisting player gets 2 of them. The badass move happens exactly as the player describes it, and they take the rest of their turn using the base stats instead of the bigger, which are the bigger, chunkier stats, instead of the stat modifiers, which are smaller stats. For less than the difficulty, this is considered a fail. 1 mayhem point is gained for the bunker master, 2 badass tokens for the player who initiated, and 1 for each assisting player. They should probably take a decent amount of damage for their impudence, but they shouldn't have their whole turn wasted. Maybe their attacks do less damage, or their movement are stopped early, or they fumble on their one-liner, but they should always make forward progress during their turn. You want to encourage these kinds of shenanigans. So yeah, don't, you know, maybe make it as half damage, for example, if there is something, maybe, you know, make everything halved or something like that if they are failed, or to any degree, but not necessarily fully out there, or maybe just tone down a few parts of it but not all of them. It's up to you to decide, depending on how difficult it is, or depending on what kind of challenge they face. Then finally, player deaths. I don't think it's finally, but bigger things. Their deaths. Now, let's imagine you've killed a player while they're busy finding imaginative profanity to use against you. Their characters will be sent the Brew revivification device. Unfortunately, the Brew doesn't always bring Wall Hunter back as they were. They'll tend to come back with some sort of trauma. It is entirely to your discretion whether a player suffers a temporary trauma or a permanent one. Your typical run-of-the-mill death at handsome basing hand enemies probably earned them a temporary trauma, whereas a grotesque, painful death by a big bad could warrant a permanent trauma. Or maybe the player did something really dumb, then hit them with a bad one. If the players are masochists and love to die, maybe after 5 permanent trauma-worthy deaths, they should just give them what they want and kill them for good. Embrace the void, baby. So that's up for you to decide. Then you have here an option of some of the trauma tables. Literally the first temporary trauma, bad luck. The brew malfunctions, roll on the permanent table instead, which is basically a fuck you. I'm not gonna look for all of them. I'm just gonna do a silly character voice if you ever forget. Take 1d6 damage. Immersive. No boom. Current grenades is set to 0. -5 max health. Must punch every non-combatant NPC you meet. Well, hello there. You must flirt with every NPC you meet, including bosses. Well, now. Your hands are guns. Your currently equipped guns fuse into the bones of your hands. You no longer have fingers or the ability to grab things. Thanks. Brain freeze. How to English, you forget 10% of your vocabulary. -1 on all talk checks. Yikes. Bad experience. Become terrified of the particular enemy type who defeated you. In all future combats with this particular enemy, take -1 to all accuracy rolls. So a bit of a drawback. Cool eye patch. Character loses an eye. It wears a badass eye patch over the socket. Get a -2 search checks, but a +3 to interact checks. So sometimes, you know, some of the classes come with benefits. Family vengeance. As a junior to your character's name, you're now your own child, avenging the death of your parent. Fartington? The Wall Hunter's name is now Fartington. This can never be changed. If the Wall Hunter's name is already Fartington, because Fartington becomes their new nickname, their name would be Fartington. How funny. God killer. Your Wall Hunter blames the one truly responsible for the death. You. Wall Hunter now has a personal vendetta against you. Bunker Master will insert you Bunker Master will insert you into the story somewhere, and your Wall Hunter will do whatever is necessary to hunt you down and say some very harsh words. You're putting the actual player into the game. Well then. Interesting. But now that we talked about all these fightings and deaths and encounters, let's get to the fun part, which is loot. Bunkers and Badasses is a looter shooter RPG. All hunters have done the shooting. Now it's time to reward them with looting. Loot can be many types of things: guns, shields, potions, guns, relics, cash, guns. Don't be afraid to be overly generous with loot, especially with really cool guns. This is Pandora after all. It's nothing if not chock full of guns. Enemy loot pile drops. Gotta dig for it, and you had to do a joke, didn't you? Using the enemy's badass rank as a guide, place a number of loot piles in the square after an enemy is killed. If your Wall Hunter enters a square with loot piles, roll 1d4 for each pile. Good humor. In that square, example, an enemy with a badass rank of 15 will drop 4 loot piles. When a player enters a square where the piles drop, they would roll a 44 and use the enemy drop table to locate the enemies they found. Player roll 1d4 for each pile in the square, for example. So 1d4 for the loot pile, meaning I think that refers to how many items are in that pile. And here you have an example: 1 to 3 it's 1 pile, 4 to 6 is 2 piles, 7 to 12 is 3, 13 to 18 is 4, 18 to 24 is 5, and 25 onwards is 6. You have a mention of a drop table where you roll the d4. The first d4, second, put like that first, fixed. Guessing you. Okay, this one is the confusing part. Like, what exactly is it? I'm guessing the drop table, like for each of them, you roll 1. Would that mean that you have to roll separately for each pile? And you do them like in sequence? That's what I'm understanding. So, like the first pile, first to roll for 1 pile, and you should get one of these, then you roll for the second. That kind of bogs it down a bit, doesn't it? I understand that there should be... I'm guessing it's done this way because, you know, to kind of determine also when it comes to like the rarity, because if you have an enemy with 6 loot piles, that means that at the very least there should be a chance to get a gun. You know, it's kind of like a 50-50 here. That's here, it's 1 in 4th. 1 in 4th here as well. And not as much up until you get to the third one. So a lot of the enemies at the beginning won't really give you guns. Guessing that's kind of what it's referring to. It's kind of weirdly mentioned, but sure. Yes. You have cash rolls. Use this table to generate a random cache of items. Roll the number of d6s based on the size of the cache and add their values together to determine the items. Add the values together. So it's 1d6. Ah, okay, fair enough. For a single or tiny chest, it's a 1d6. For a small cache, it's 2d6. Medium cash is 3, large cash is 5, legendary is 6. And yeah, you get yeah, not even like I think starting from what, like small cash maybe? Yeah, starting from like a small cash, you would have a chance to get a gun. But caches are something that you would encounter at all levels compared to enemies dropping guns, so there. Then, chests. For some inexplicable reasons, a lot of people on Pandora have very hard time keeping track of their loot chests. They can be found all over the place, sometimes in the most random places. Their loss is a Vault Hunter's gain. You have an unassuming chest. Unassuming chests are unassuming until they're not. Have the players roll a 1d20 to determine what's inside. If the player rolls 1 or 2, yell surprise sucker right in their face. The chest isn't actually full of loot, it's a mimic. Spawn a mimic and begin an encounter. And the rest is items. 19 is legendary, but it's a random. 20 is legendary, but it's favored. So okay, so it can also be, chests can also offer like either favored or non-favored, while caches only offer random. The looks of it, only chests offer favored guns. Interesting. While dice chests are like normal chests but with gambling. They have either 1 or 2 floating d20s hovering magically over the lid, depending on which the players will roll the respective dice. When rolling 2d20, take the higher value, not a combination of the values of 2 items. See the tables and determine the items. Okay, so technically these are a bit rarer. And a dice chest with 2 of them are gain a benefit, but you can do something similar to how it's done in actually in the DLC, where if you want to roll this, you want to roll with advantage, well, you have to pay something. You pay a toll or something of that sort. So you gain, you know, you pay up something for it, or it could be something like the bunker master generates a mayhem point, or maybe multiple mayhem points, something like that, at that cost. Could be something of that sort. You can maybe balance it out a bit, so it's not just, oh yeah, just roll with advantage because I give it to you. Maybe sometimes you can if you want to, but not always. Props. For other adventurers, Vault Hunters are likely to stumble upon the occasional shop or market stand. They can be very specific stalls, or perhaps specialized in nothing but Torg rocket launchers. Or they can be catch-alls that sell anything and everything. Consider what items you want to make available to the players, along with when and where. Here are some guidelines on pricing, but as everything, feel free to sell however you fit. So, 50 gold for a common item, 80 common, so yeah, pretty high prices. Although we don't see any mentions of guns, we only... Oh no, this is the gun, sorry. 300 gold for a legendary gun, I think at a certain point, would that not be just... would that not just be very easy to gain like legendary gun weapons, especially if you are talking about like high level weapons? Although I guess those the guns are not necessarily scaled on levels, although I see that the grenades and shields are. So interesting. Because they're the only ones who have like varying prices depending on their level. Guessing in these situations they're not necessarily legendary, they're just static values. Because here it just mentioned level, but I'm guessing 1 to 6 is just common, 7 to 12 is mostly uncommon, just maybe to simplify it. I'm guessing that's general ruling for that. Guessing. But yeah, loot generations, a quick guide. No matter how much time you spend meticulously planning out your campaign, players will throw you for a loop and may find yourself needing to generate stuff quick. Here are some easy guides so you don't have to pause the action in losing everyone to a snack break that leads to just a few short videos on the EchoCast, and now the night is shot. Let's start with the easy one. Shields and grenades, roll a guild, the guild chart, then you reference either the shield chart or the grenade chart respectively, and select an item that matches the guild at the receiving player hunter level, at the player's war hunter level. There is no step 3, that's how easy it's step 3, there is no step 3. That's how easy it is. Relics, roll a percentile on the relic table to determine the effects and rarity. Roll a d10 on the class table to determine the class of the relic. And also no step 3. Now it gets a little more complicated, so buckle up, as guns, the single most important loot drop in the game. It's important that you have the options to create nearly endless variation. Well, not endless, but more than I care to work out. I'm sure there is a math whiz who can figure out the exact how many variations can be made, and will regale you with all with it during a particularly tense moment in action. If so, let them know that I am curious, although not curious enough to figure it out myself. So, for a random gun, take a blank card, use the following steps to generate a random gun. 1d8 twice on the gun table to determine the type of gun row in the guild column. If a favorite gun is rolled, select one of the favorite guns of a party member. Roll 1d4 and 1d6 on the rarity table to determine the rarity if it is elemental. And if it is elemental, fill the gun stats with the gun type based war hunter level. In later pages you find the gun by stats. Fill the guild bonuses found on the respective guild page on the gun's rarity. If the gun indicates an elemental roll, roll a percentile on the elemental table to determine the damage. Glass and black powder are never elemental, while malefactor is always. If you want to add dimensions to any guns, you can add a prefix. For example, a common pistol can become an adorable common pistol that has a 20% chance to distract enemy images of cute animals. For epic and legendary guns, in addition of prefixes, you can add red text. For example, the pickles shoot flaming cheeseburgers that deals 36 incendiary damage. And 9, take a moment to just for yourself. That was also a lot of steps. Yeah, boring, dumb. What about a gun that shoots cake and is made of cake? Someone get on that, and that's canon. Do a cake gun quest. Appreciate you, Tina, for assistance. And here's like an example of the gun table. So yeah, but anyhow, I'm gonna take a quick break because an ad is about to pop up in a few seconds, and then I think we're gonna wrap up as fast as possible to all the bunker master things. I don't think we have much left, and see and kind of wrap out this entire kind of overall thingy and storyline and all that and coverage of this book. So yeah, I'll see you in a few minutes. Apparently. Okay, there we go. Little late, but to be fair, we do not have too much left. Covered for. Okay, also, because Fury, you did make a hydrate redeem, but I technically did not have anything to hydrate with at the time. I will do it now. There we go. Now that I'm also hydrated, let's continue. This is a general gun table that you roll for your loot thingies, as well as the D4 and D6 loot rolls. I guess you first determine which row you choose, and then you determine what you get out of these ones. And I think similarly here. Roll a d8 to determine what kind of gun, and then you roll a d8 to determine the manufacturer. Or what. I think, yeah, first gun, then manufacturer. Yeah, also you have the elemental damages. So, when no more bullets aren't enough, add the magic of elements. Incendiary is a fancy way to set fire. Incendiary damage deals double damage to targets with exposed flesh. Once shield or armor are depleted, all health damage is doubled or flesh targets. It smells like chicken. Well, it technically it's more closer to pork humanoids. Anyways, weird fun fact. Corrosive, magical melty stuff that eats through armor and metal, dealing double damage. Same thing. Rock, Ben Franklin never meant it for it to be used as a weapon. Shock damage deals double damage to shield. And you have explosive damage, makes big boom and always includes splash, which deals additional half damage to all adjacent squares. Explosive also has a 30% chance to knock back, kicking the target 1 square away from the damage source. You also have radiation, makes you glow from the inside out. Radiation damage can penetrate through shield and deal damage directly to help. If a target dies while taking radiation damage, they explode and deal 3d6 damage. And cryo, really cool, really cold. Target hit by cryo damage are slowed, which means they can also move 1 square for 1 turn. After being hit, they get a -2 to traverse checks. If a target is hit again with cryo, they become frozen. A frozen target can either move 1 square on their turn or make a melee attack. That's your only options. The elemental table determines whether or not a gun deals elemental damage and what type. And if there is any bonus damage, not applicable indicates gun is not elemental. All damage dealt with elemental guns is elemental damage and inflicts the corresponded elemental damage effect. Bonus damage adds dice results to the damage roll. Yeah, so first you can have corrosive, then you can have corrosive but also an additional 6 of it. Or also you can have apparently combos, explosives and cryo, rocking corrosives. That's nice. There's also the potions. Potions are a one-time use item that are ingested orally and grant you a variety of effects. For the Wall Hunter, potion technology has come a long way, but potion carrying technology is still lacking. So a Wall Hunter can only carry a limited amount of potion vials to prevent possible breakage. At level 9, players can unlock another slot to carry potions. Another slot can be unlocked by leveling up a second archetype up to level 9. You can have a total of, well, I think 5 slots, maybe at best. Okay, you have some shield potions, some general check potion, elemental potions, Tina potions, which are a specific bomb-ass effect, which I'm guessing it's a separate table. Old farmer potion, and adds an effect to caches, a 2 for potions, and so many other things. And here are the Tina potion effects. I'm not gonna look for all of it. What if we were girlfriends, the next 2 people to drink this juicy, what their life would be if they moved their beds together. Oh god. Friday Freak, the next 2 people to drink this swap bodies for the rest of the session. Love potion number 69. Drink this potion, the next potion you smooch will love you for exactly 69 real life seconds. Once those 69 seconds are up, they'll hate you with the exact same ferocity with which they just loved you. Because, you know, consent and all that. So, you know, kinda crap and all that. Yeah. Aside from potions, you also have mocktails. These potions are made exclusively by Pandorans resident mythologist itself, Mad Moxie. They can be found at any Moxie's grog, but only when she is behind the bar. No way is she spilling her secrets. The cost varies based on her mood, which is typically dependent on the fullness of her tip jar. Don't even think about tipping less than 10 gold. Mocktails can be the go-to option. Can be made to go, obviously. To go in a potion bottle and behave the same way as a potion. Moxie can sell a specific drink, or players can try their luck by rolling a d10. And again, you have like special effects for the mocktails as well. I wonder if you can like figure out like how to actually make some cocktails based on that. That'd be interesting. Then you also have relics. These are mystical items rumored to have been left behind by aliens centuries ago. Well, not exactly rumored. The Deranged Daryl is the only one on Pandora who believes that, and he was dropped on his head as an adult. Wherever they came from, they are a mystery to behold. If a war hunter has one in their possession, they are imbued with its powers. If someone has more than one on them, the power no longer works, no crossing streams or some such. You can only have a singular effect happening at once, not more than that. Some relics work better for some classes because reason, task. So you first roll a class, then you roll what exactly they can work for, which a lot of it seems to be like general stat increases for certain general statistics or weapon or elemental stuff, because you can have like an elemental relic and some such, or like damage. Yeah, it's very akin to like the Iridian relics in BL2. Epic and legendary relics can be a fun way to personalize your game and make your player feel special. You can create relics that are party member specific. For example, if you have a friend in your group who is always late to the game session or to meet up for dinner, you can create a legendary relic called Unpunctual that has a +4 speed and a class bonus, +2 speed. She gets the burn. Or you can just play it straight with something like Legendary Incendiary Relic, add 3d6 incendiary damage to all melee attacks, with a class bonus of 1d6 to all range attacks with Vapor Gun. So, you know, we can, at that point, just customize, make something fun for you. Not necessarily think too much of it, but don't go too crazy, I'm expecting. Grenades, aiming a magic wand at a group of enemies and shooting a powerful black ball of dark matter at them, causing them immense damage. Except it isn't a wand, it's from your hand, and it isn't a ball of dark matter, it's a grenade. Grenades in Pandora have a lot of varied effects. Have fun exploring the different ways you can allow players to kill. We can also roll here as well. You can have ashen grenades? Really? Isn't ashen ancient? Weird. Oh, right! Ashen grenades are the transfusion grenades. I forgot. Completely forgot that they are transfused. My bad. That makes a lot more sense. So yeah, they're like the transfusion homing grenades. I completely forgot. Have Dahlia. Furior. Alfactor. Fan Goblin. First. Okay. Yeah, Torg is quite obvious. It's just explosive. You also have shields. Unlike the stupid sheet of metal your enemies will use to protect themselves from your bullets, all hunters' shields are a bit more elegant. These magical items simply cast a constant protection spell on your skin, deflecting any unwanted damage, health damage, for as long as the shield has power. Yeah, you also have Passion, which is faster recharge, rate, general like status effect increases, alas, Alia as well. I'm gonna look for all of this. Psychic mockery damage and taunting the enemy, basically just health damage, but to your squishy brain. You do psychic damage, okay, with the Torg. As with everything, creating unique grenade mods and shield mods adds layers of depth, humor, and possibly outrage to your campaign, so have fun. But yeah, similar thing as with the guns. Modify, add things, make them interesting. That sort of thing. Speaking of the guns. The realm of Pandora is littered with literally billions of magical wands, belched into existence by the maw of the great ancient god Destroyer. These ones are capable of firing small pieces of metal at incredible speeds at a variety of different ranges and firing speeds. Note, these ones are similarly to traditional guns in every way because they're guns. You have combat rifles, high velocity guns, both burst fire, combat, and fully automatic. If you like military style assault rifles, the kind wielded by square-jawed men with close-shaved haircuts and who say things like "to hell with the chain of command" and "it's time to do what's right." Want one of these? Get like a range of accuracy, hits and damage, and ranges. Pistols typically have decent fire rates combined with decent damage and accuracy. You may be tempted to think pistols as mere backup guns, but I wouldn't be giving them their due. Pistols can put out surprising amounts of damage and far more reliable than many other gun types. So, same thing. SMGs, submachine guns. If you want to spit out a ton of bullets in a very short amount of time, be sure to grab a SMG. These light, fully automatic guns may shoot bullets that individually don't hurt all that much, but who cares? You're going to be peppering the bad guys with multiple bullets for every trigger pull. So here's again the other statistics. Shotguns. Get close. Pull the trigger. What the fuck? Pull the trigger. Take a shower. Shotguns are powerful close-range guns that work exactly how you think they do. They've got crap accuracy and range, but they pour a ton of damage with every blast. For gaming logic, they have crap accuracy and range. Real life logic, they're actually pretty high range as well, because it's still a long-barreled shooting projectile weapon. And that doesn't necessarily change by any degree. It's mostly a balanced design built into the game, so basically shotguns don't necessarily become a meta in its own way. And sniper rifles. If you're hit, it'll hurt. Even though snipers have low firing rates, their shots are incredible, detrimental, ouchie, oofy. In case you do not know what the word detrimental means. And yeah, here is the stats, and they also have like a bonus. The other ones have bonuses mentioned. Oh yeah, bonus 2 range or less does extra damage. While here the bonus is for 3 range or higher, it does extra damage. No, it has not extra damage, it has extra accuracy. And also rocket launchers. Boom tubes for rowdy teens. Rocket launchers have a short range, but they do a ton of damage to anything unlucky enough to get caught in their splash zone. Because all of them do splash, and here are the numbers. Why is the sweet spot for 13, 18 to 2 crits at 16 accuracy and higher, but then after that they move back to 1 crit? But I'm guessing because it's of the damage numbers. I say 1 crit of this is quite a lot of damage. I'm guessing. It's just on the bell curve of damage dice. I'm guessing it makes sense. Let me quickly look it. Is this gonna be? We still have prefixes aside from a lot of things. And then we have a list of enemies. I'm just quickly scrolling just to see where we get after this. I think after the list of enemies we get into... Because I'm only debating this if we should read the manufacturers or not, just for the sake of reading the lore. Yep, we do that. As we have the time, sure. That's the only reason. Because aside from the guilds, we only have the prefixes and just quickly reading about the enemies. So why not? Let's have a quick intermission about guilds, or how they are not within the Borderlands lore, the manufacturers. Though lacking central government, the realm of Pandora is not without powerful entities who control the fate of the world. Much like real-life gun manufacturers, you may be familiar with these magical guilds develop. These magical guilds develop, upgrade, and sell all manner of magical guns and equipment to a grateful populace. or at least to a populace they've tricked into gratefulness. Without the guilds, everyone would still be going around stabbing each other. Most of these creatures on Pandora don't have a higher brain function to pick up a gun or equip a shield, but the denizens of the land have quickly adopted the defenses offered by those mega corporations. Most city halls, for instance, come equipped with Dahlia automated ballistas, while many magical academies prefer to use malefactor protection spells. The guilds have varied and variety of different goals in the world of Pandora, and a variety of different opinions about Vault Hunter. Some consider Vault Hunters useful assets in acquiring important items, or wiping out competitions. Others consider them nuisances who ultimately cost far more gold than they earn. Some guilds operate like cruel fascist monarchies, keeping their citizenry under strict watch. Blood off. Others are focused purely on the achievement of magical knowledge, no matter the consequences. Others just want to make gold enough to cure the world hunger. Maybe Ashen? I don't know. And then spend the rest of their lives not curing world hunger. Fair enough. So yeah, technically, if you think about it, from the very get-go, Borderlands has a bit of that kind of like cyberpunk-esque kind of feel to it, with the whole thing of mega corporations controlling the world, because it's not about controlling governments, it's about corporations having basically the deciding power, and the way they decide the takeover corporations, for those who played the Tales from the Borderlands, the first one, or they play Borderlands 3. One way that they decide who takes over another one's corporation is literally for corporate wars. So like they just throw at each other their best soldiers and weaponries, and see who comes alive on the other end, basically. So Ashen, or Anshin, for the Borderlands fans, specializes in healing magics and potion alchemy. The Guild of Clerics formed out of sheer desperation after realizing that the roughly 10,000 adventuring parties being forced across Pandora, only 2 of them had healers, and they were multiclassed as barbarians, which... What? Since then, Ashen has become the most trusted healing purveyor in all of Pandora, focusing on both grenades and shields for the enterprising Vault Hunters who is not dead, and who would prefer to remain so. So yeah, they make mostly transfusion and homing grenades and shields. So yeah, transfusion means that they heal a portion of damage dealt. Homing, it means that they always hit target, and shields usually recharge faster. These are because every manufacturer or guild has a specific trait or quality to them that makes it specific to that manufacturer. Alas, or Atlas. The Alas Guild consists primarily of fighters and barbarians, frontline warriors who want to slice off heads and do a ton of damage. This desire for constant violent satisfactions has led the Alas Guild to go on a dozen of heroic quests to liberate orc villages by shooting orc children in their faces. Yeah, Alas's are kind of crusaders in a way, I guess you could probably call them, and you know, the Crimson Lance very obviously so. And they specialize in combat rifle, pistols, shotguns, snipers, and shields. Generating Alas guns, they have a damage bonus modifier. Alas guns are never elemental, and they do increase damage. Then you have Skulldugger, or the bandit Children of the Vault, the Scabs, if you are talking about pre-sequel, those, you know, the barbaric denizens of Pandora. If you're a brigand without access to magical artifacts, you make do with what you can find. That's what the Skulldugger Guild does. Anyway, lacking any magical or alchemical knowledge of their own, the Skulldugger clan simply builds bigger and more unwieldy gun magazines, hoping they can overwhelm their enemies with the quantity of their bullets, if not the quality. Really though, the Skulldugger Guild is not more than a big-ass bandit clan with fancy logo. This guild tends to make most of its money by ambushing adventurers on the road and stealing their stuff. If the myriad bandits of the Skulldugger Guild ever decide to actually work together for a larger purpose, they might be a force to be reckoned with. But they don't, so feel free to not reckon with them. And they usually make pistols, machine guns, shotguns, sniper rifles. Technically, they don't make snipers, but they make rocket launchers. But yeah, they offer pretty high damage modifiers, and they also have a 10 over heat. When taking the reload action, roll the dice values +5 on the and take the resultant damage as incendiary. And yes, they do increase damage. Yeah, some of these may not necessarily be a full one-to-one comparison to what the manufacturer is in-game, and some of it definitely have taken inspiration to how they've started to design them in Borderlands 3, because the overhead aspect is definitely a Borderlands 3 kind of tone to it. Then you have Dahlia, or Doll, if you go for Borderlands. The elves of Dahlia aren't your typical peacenik hippies types. They know that the best way to protect the forest is through the sheer firepower. Some consider them little more than bandits, while others worship them as guardians of peace and all things natural. Regardless of your opinion of them, though, one thing is for sure, you don't want to be on the wrong end of their guns. So they make combat rifles, pistols, submachine guns, shotguns, sniper rifles, bouncing Betty grenades, generator grenades, and shields. Yeah, and Dahlia guns are well known for their burst. They have a bonus to hit and a bonus accuracy modifier at higher rarities. Adds an additional hit to each attack and increase accuracy. Then we have the Black Powder, or the Jacobs. Black Powder Guild consists primarily of hunters and rangers, grizzled, cloak-wearing folk who spend most of their time stalking through the forest and taking down the big game. The kind of dudes who sit in the darkest possible corner of the tavern, smoking a big pipe and hoping that, to God, that someone will be like, who's that mysterious grizzled man in the corner? They are the edgelords of the Pandorans, aren't they? So, they can cast an intimidating yet slightly alluring eye in their direction. Black Powder guns focus on high damage. If it took more than one shot, you weren't using a black powder, or you missed the first time. Yeah. Pistols, shotguns, and sniper rifles are the usuals for Black Powder. Technically also assault rifles, but I think they want to go more into the kind of like flintlock based aspect, kind of heavily traditional style of weaponry, where assault rifles would not necessarily fit as much. But I've seen like the mention of like it's semi-automatic, but you just spam, or like how in Borderlands 3 they've done it where it's just a lever crank, which is really neat. So, generating Black Powder guns, they usually have higher accuracy and high crit damage. So, Black Powder weapons are never elemental. They have increased accuracy and deal increased crit damage. They hurt. Malefactor or Maliwan. The Dark Wizards of Malefactor are... or Malefactor? I think it's Malefactor. Are concerned with only one thing. Magic. They'll perform any ritual, seek any artifact, and slay any creature if it means they'll get more cool magic stuff out of the ordeal. If any guild is likely to end the world in an apocalyptic hellfire, it's Malefactor. A fact they wear with great pride. And they usually make pistol, submachine guns, shotguns, sniper, rocket launchers, contact grenades, elemental grenades, and shields. They have a higher percent on elemental roll, but on lower rarities they also have a penalty to damage modifier, because usually lower rarities do not have elemental. Guessing that's the... Always has an elemental. Roll for elemental, reduce overall damage at lower rarities, because probably elemental are not a common thing for lower rarities, so to off-scale it, they do less damage. Let's go down. Then you have Pangoblin or Pangolin. The shield makers of Pangoblin are, as the name suggests, goblins. Tired of dying to single blows from low-level adventurers. I love this lore. Some of the lore they made for like the fantasy, it's so fun and so kind of against the grain and very subverting expectations that I kind of love it personally, to some extent, which you know, it makes it appealing, I guess, for to go with the fantasy setting. But yeah, the Pangoblins banded together to create a more reliable shield artifacts. They succeeded beyond their wildest dream. Now the average Pangoblin takes 2 hits to kill, not 1. So yeah, they usually make rubberized grenades, force grenades, and shields. I guess to also kind of play a bit into that goblin-esque tinkerer explosive type. So yeah, their grenades are always rubberized, which means they bounce off surfaces and detonate on contact with an enemy. And force, when a target is hit, they are knocked back 1 square. And shields have high capacity, and which means that they are chunky to hit. And then you have Hyperius or Hyperion. The archers of Hyperius are concerned with one thing above all: accuracy. The armies of Hyperius are feared for their pinpoint precision with all manner of ranged guns. Dozens of citizens have been razed to the grounds by their catapults, and many are the armies have been felled by their legions of eagle-eyed archers. Of all the guilds, Hyperius is the most unapologetically dedicated to the cause of world domination, and without outside intervention, they will almost certainly succeed. So they usually focus on combat rifle, pistols, submachine guns, shotguns, sniper rifles, rocket launchers, longbow grenades, roider grenades, and shields. So yeah, they usually have high accuracy but lower damage modifiers, because increased accuracy, reduce overall damage. Then you have Ferior or Tedior. What if a bunch of cheapo blacksmiths decided to make guns out of wood? They'd probably look like a lot like Ferior guns, which are made so fragile and flammable that they must be thrown like grenades rather than reloaded. A new gun, exactly the same, replaces it. It's magic, don't think about it too much. The Ferior Guild came into existence following the Great Winter Iron Shortage, when gunsmiths had to get truly creative in their attempts to guns out of destruction. Though Ferior guns are nearly as dangerous for the wielder as is for their target, they're reliably unreliable sorts of damage for anyone unlucky enough to be caught in their blast radius. Yeah, they usually make combat rifles, pistols, submachine guns, shotguns, jumping grenades, sticky grenades, and shields. So yeah, they usually have a swap reload effect, which means you just throw the weapon as a grenade, and they have good accuracy. So yeah, when taking the swap or reload action, the gun is thrown and deals damage like a grenade, and they are not as accurate. Torg, which we're going to be straight up with you, it is a Torg corporation. Doesn't make any sense in the fictional world of Pandora. They're only here because the company spokesman, Mr. Torg, demanded we put him into the rulebook. Tina, put me in the game. So here you go. They make guns that cause explosions. You want detailed backstory for them? You want to know how they fit in the overall interfactional conflict that gives Pandora its flavor? Sorry, Torg threatened to blow up our publishing office if we didn't put the weapons in the game, so that's all we're doing. So yeah, they usually make combat rifles, pistols, submachine guns, shotguns, sniper rifles. They make sniper rifles, I'm still confused by that. Rocket launchers, burst grenades, splash grenades, and shields. All their weapons do splash damage, but they have lower accuracy overall. Yeah, and finally, Stoker, or Vladoff. I think it's meant to Stoker because, you know, dwarves, the dwarves of Stoker, revolutionary guild, have dedicated themselves to the stability through revolution. That is to say, Pandora has no ruling guild, the uniting government. The reason for that is simple. Anytime a kingdom or guild or duchy threatens to get too big for its medieval breeches, the dwarven gunsmiths give hundreds of free weapons to the oppressed minorities of said kingdom or guild or duchy. The ruling class is subsequently overthrown by the lower class. The soakers are awarded vaults full of gold for their participation in the revolution, and the status quo is maintained. If the new ruling class also tends to get too powerful, Stoker Guild will start the process all over again. They'll arm the proletariat and lead another revolution. Why? Because they're thirsty, and nothing gets the blood flowing like a good rebellion, and maybe slightly kind of sort of communist. And so yeah, they usually make combat rifles, pistols, shotguns, sniper rifles, rocket launchers, proximity mine grenades, rain grenades, and shields. Their special effect is that they always do an extra attack, lesser accuracy at lower the rarities, but actually extra movement at legendary rarity. Damn, you're really out there to do a ton of extra things. Nice, neat. So yeah, these are the overall guilds, aka manufacturers of Pandora or Pandora. And finally, one last aspect that you will encounter with certain weapons of certain rarities is prefixes and red text. To further customize and badassify your guns, you can give them a prefix in their title that comes with an accompanying effect. For example, you can turn a common shotgun into an economic common shotgun that gains economic effects of enemies dropping 2 gold with each hit. You can also add a red text to any epic or legendary gun and give it a slice of mystery. The red text effects are a bit more powerful and or wacky than prefix effects. For more variants, you can decide to let the players know the details of the effect, or you can leave it to the unknown for the players to discover by using the guns. Often, red text itself offers a clue to the effect, but not always. If you decide to go with the mystery route, make sure to write it down the effects so you don't miss any, as they might become relevant. So yeah, you have here a mention of prefixes, economic, classy, jumble, cheerful, body, abrasive, smelly, worried, swift, very akin to how Borderlands does it, but it's generalized instead of being manufacturer specific. Although even within the manufacturers, you can encounter prefixes that do a similar thing, it's just they are named differently to fit the thematics of the manufacturer. That's basically it. Because for example, Hyperion has obviously the guns are named in this kind of like very corporate speech. For example, while Maliwan has this kind of very elegant styling, so all the prefixes have this kind of like elegant naming to them, or literally they are called elegant to some degree, or have some sort of adjective to kind of embellish them. And the red text, which is usually found either, to be fair, in Borderlands, at the very least from Borderlands onwards, and I think even Borderlands 1, technically red text starts from blue rarity, which of those are known as the uniques, or I think they're also known like as black market, or something of that sort, of like sort of like hyper modified black market kind of guns. And then you have the legendaries, who always have a prefix, and epics that sometimes also have a prefix. Epics and rarities can also anything from blue rarity, between blue rarity and legendary rarity, up to legendary, and legendary rarity usually has any sort of can have or not red text. I'm saying between because technically below legendary and above rare, the blue rarity, technically there are multiple rarities at the very, especially in Borderlands 2, because you have the epic, you have the E-Tech. If we're talking about Borderlands 1, there's also that whole thing where you have the yellow legendary and the orange legendaries, which are definitely different degrees of legendary. The orange darker color is they're more powerful legendaries than the more brighter yellow ones. Pearlescents are above legendary usually, so that's also like another thing, but But yeah, here are like some red text generators. This is my boomstick. Some of them are also probably quite obvious references. In general, that's kind of the whole point with the... They're either references or imply to some degree what they do, and they usually are like pop culture references in most cases. That's kind of the nature of the game of Borderlands. Like, let me look for like an obvious one that I know. This is my boomstick. This is definitely a Evil Dead reference. Never freeze, the wise man's here. I'm sure there's some other ones. 360 quickscope, yep. Very gamer kind of ish references. Blood and Thunder. The Warcraft reference. Blood and Thunder. Take 1d6 health damage and deal 3 Green Flame. Those bursts of green flames while firing deals 2d6 incendiary damage. Pass turn. Vipasem Parabellum in extra attack. I'm guessing it's a reference to something. That's Levitation Holmes, more like Boar Ragnarok. Let's talk check. Okay. What you what you say. God damn it, I just remember the whole meme. In a range attack if an enemy is talking before an encounter. The pickles. Blocking I will win if that's what hero does. Metal will destroy all evil. Bye bye little battalion. I'm sure it's a reference to something, but you know, with an in-game reference. Never fight a knight with a permit. Time to hack. Hate magic so much. Take 2d6 vomit damage if reloaded. What the fuck? Life is the conundrum of esoterica. And from this point on, we get to the list of enemies. So yeah, that kind of covers it. That's, in general, Bunkers and Badasses, which overall is just Borderlands. Like, it's unapologetically Borderlands, and I love that about it. It's a silly ass fucking game. Ridiculous. It's not I'm not even considered a guilty pleasure. It's one of my favorite franchises, I'll be honest. And I'm excited that people are actually happy about like Borderlands 5 and all that kind of shindig. So Borderlands 5. What the fuck? Borderlands 5. I'm already talking in the future. No, Borderlands 4. Well, it's technically, I mean, no, it's technically 6 if we consider the 2 spin-offs. It's the 6th Borderlands game in the style of a looter shooter. Because you have Borderlands 1, 2, pre-sequel, 3, Wonderlands, then 4. Tales from the Borderlands, both of them, those are like telltale, you know, narrative, story-driven things. They're not the Borderlands style of game. Of the kind of looter genre. But yeah, and this kind of covers it. As I said before, it's a neat, fun little game, especially for those who want to embrace and kind of see how, you know, basically experience the wackiness and craziness and quite cool ass moments of, you know, the looter shooter franchise within the pen and paper format. This is basically what this is, distilled in a very simplistic and easy to understand way in most of it. I think due to the nature of having to cram together, because this book has been definitely designed because maybe with, I'm guessing, my suspicions is probably they didn't know how well this is gonna succeed. So just to be sure that at the very least they have all the necessities, they had to kind of, within one book, to cram in the rules, character options, how to, you know, general Dungeon Master guidelines, and some a good section of adventure. So at the very least, the player has those who own this book have a good starting off point, and from that point on, they can just take it on their own in case this product would not be successful and they cannot continue with it. So, and I'm guessing because of that nature, they had to definitely distill it down, simplify it, and cram it down in very quick, simple words. And at times, it kind of fails on explaining some things. At some points, it gets a bit confusing. I'll be fair, there are some rulings here and there which are not clearly defined, or in some places, it kind of, because of how they are structured it to be very compact, some references are kind of split apart across, like, you know, because Mayhem and Badass Rank are kind of two things connected together. They're a bit interconnected, like the Badass moves and the Mayhem are two sides of the coin, because one it's a player side, one it's a game master side, and at times they kind of interconnect, and being it separated, it's a bit weird. Of course, even as you've seen me today as reading through some of the things, there are certain things here and there, like the cover one, for example. I don't know why, to me it feels like it's worded a bit weird, and I'm not sure exactly how to interpret it at points, because they kind of try to be quick and concise with it. So yeah, it definitely it falls short in some small places, but those are quick things that you either can ignore or just rule it out how you see fit. which are not, that's not big of that big of a deal, because on the grand scale of things, overall it's very well, it's concise, it covers the important elements, and as I said it before at the start of the stream and in previous streams when I talked about this system, it covers the fundamentals. It's a baseline of where you can start off from. It's very simple, it's easy to approach on the overall scale, and from that point on, if you want to add a bit more customizing, if you want it to be a bit more custom, if you want it to be you know, it has a bit more layers of depth and all that sort of things, you can add them yourself, and you can design it and, you know, alter it to be more to your liking, to yourself and the rest of the group. So I don't see it as a bad thing that it's simple and quick to the point. I understand it at the same time why it has to be this way. But it's definitely, I think it's worth it, especially for those who are big fans of the franchise. I think it's worth giving it a try, especially because it's in the D20 system. It's not gonna be too hard to pick it up for anybody who's, you know, familiar with the Pathfinder or D&D 5th edition. I think this one leans a bit more to D&D than Pathfinder, because it kind of functions on that same idea of you have a set of actions you can do per turn instead of having an action resource, the way that Pathfinder has, compared to how kind of Gestalt leans a bit more to Pathfinder in that sense it comes to combat run. But overall, quick, to the point. As I said before, if the humor and silliness of the game and of the franchise does not fit with you, you can just ignore it and just keep the core. Like all of the Tina things that you've seen that have been added around there, you can just ignore them and just keep the more straightforward aspects, and you either fill them filled in with your own additions, or just you know, extend the ranges of your options to always hit those more grounded sections. Because, you know, for example, there were like some tables where you had in between the two grounded options a Tina option. You could ignore the Tina option and, you know, extend the ranges between the two grounded options to hit those instead if you want, something like that. So, you know, it can be easily achieved. So if that's not to your liking and it's not your cup of tea, which is completely understandable, I'm not saying that. At the end of the day, you should run the game that you have, both you and the rest of your group are having fun with. But I would definitely recommend it at least to give it an honest try, give it a good look. See, I would also love it to play it or to run a game myself. I think it's gonna be some interesting, nice, fun, like wacky time, and it definitely has potential to kind of grow and add more to it, both within the community, dedicated community. They can create their own things, and that'd be really cool, especially adapt things from the existing game and brought it here in that system. That could be amazing. And equally from that, from what I heard, there have been some hints by the Nirvana games that they might have something in the works for this. They have like a board game thing already, like designed, but it has nothing to do with Bunkers and Badasses. But they might have something in the works. I think they hinted might have something in the works for Bunkers and Badasses in the future. So this has definitely not been a one-off thing where it just did this book, released a few freebies in the as kind of the in-betweens, and that was kind of all there was to it. So, you know, at the very least, there are some things you can do. But anyhow, I think this is a good spot for me, and because we've kind of run through it all, we're kind of at that hour mark, and that is it's closing in at my door, and I don't want to be hit by the ad before I get out of here. So before we get out, let's jump into some people's streams, say hi to some friends. Am I lucky today and maybe find somebody who's playing Borderlands 4? Because I think legit, last week nobody was playing Borderlands 4 during, like, every time when I'm doing a stream for this, nobody's playing Borderlands. But on any other day when I'm not streaming somebody is playing. Like, come on. I think today is the same story. I do not see anybody playing the board game. Okay, so I guess something RPG related then. See that instead. That'll be that could also work. Go to somebody else. Or somebody I've not been at in at a while. And man, I have no idea. You know what? Because it's not really RPG related. It's nothing of the words, but because they're friendo flowers, and of course, very had to be. Why not? Let's say. Actually, let me first copy the stream link so I can send it first on. And send it on the YouTube side first. There we go. Now to do it on the Twitch side. So we're sending hi to Chai, aka or better said Chai Kate. He is playing some League of Legends alongside with Ray. She's within the general Vamp shenanigans group. So if you, and also if you're a League enjoyer or general like MOBA enjoyer, I think they'll have a lot of fun time. The two of them are fun gals. Met them through Stream for a Cause. They're really amazing, really hardworking gals, both of them. So I think you should some appreciation, and why not see their shenanigans in their usual ARAM games that usually happen. So yeah, there we go. But anyhow, that's gonna be it for today. Tomorrow we're doing a marathon of Scorn. We are getting our spook on for this October. That's this weekend is gonna be the start of doing things spooky. I'm gonna also think about something spooky related for like TTRPG things for next Friday as well. Hopefully I can figure something out by then, because I have no idea right now, but something. So that's definitely gonna be a thing. And then after that we're gonna be done with the week. And coming back next week with some more Final Fantasy, probably some other spooky related thing, game is to some degree, aside from the TTRPG, and another spooky indie for next week. So yeah, that's kind of the plan. But anyhow, I'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you so much for being here. You've been amazing. Don't you forget that. I'll see you on the flip side. Bye.